Anyway, so good hello, I guess. Yeah,
What's
audio
up?
was good. Yeah. Oh man, I'm glad I resisted the impulse to reply to that there. Yeah, right. Ah,
What is it?
I mean, yeah, I'll do what I can.
Let the hate.
So, yeah, welcome to the Invasion Session 81. It's the 16th of February, 2022. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing Fleabite the Skaven. Still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening, everyone. My name's Chris, and I'm going to be playing Keldrath, the Dragonborn Monk.
And also, good evening from me, Colin, who will be playing Vanguard, the Dwarven Clericy Druid, and only person in the party that doesn't have some sort of pet, according to this.
I mean, yeah. But
You
can
have
be
had
your own-
cats in the...
I was gonna say you
I
can
know,
be your
I've
own
been
pet.
a cat.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can be your own pet.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to
I've
think
got-
of some sort of song reference.
I've got an ink blot. It's not a pet.
Close.
If you want to see
Why
it
is
like
it-
a
it's
pet,
familiar,
that says
right?
more about you than it says about
A familiar is like, listen, Rorschach.
You can find familiar, right, as a druid cleric person, right? As they're sure druids get it.
Probably.
It's
I don't
annoyingly
feel
like
a
awkward
cleric.
though.
It doesn't feel like a clericy thing to me.
Um,
Wizard, warlock, maybe sorcerer, but
yeah, like sorcerer's a tiny bit of a push, but it's in the thematic close enough to wizard and warlock, right?
wizard's like 100%, warlock 100%, because you can imagine like a Renaissance tome about witches with their various warlock. Oh, in fact, we had in the weirdly enough in Ayr College, which is now Ayrshire College, or at least it's now one of the campuses of Ayrshire College. They had a book on witches and their familiars. I was like, what fucking course is this for?
That's kind of cool.
I mean, it was great. It's lovely. I flipped through it a couple of times. It's like I don't really want to take this out in case someone actually needs this for
Something. Yeah.
something. But why is it here? We don't even do a maths course.
That was your chance there, right? That was your chance to get into witchcraft, but no.
Yeah,
But yeah,
the
like
flea
witches-
had left that for you,
Yeah.
specifically.
Oh wow!
The
I just
goblin
didn't bite.
librarians.
I'm a terrible warlock.
I love
That's
that.
the problem.
It's like, oh, you're meant to be the prophesized warlock. No, I just said no. Oh, okay.
Someone
Yeah.
else might need it.
I'm not really the bargaining type either.
To be fair, that does check out from what I know of you. Yeah.
If people are willing to give me their power of their own free will and ask nothing in return, I will gladly take it.
Like, I definitely have this image of some kind of, potentially Chthonian style demon being like, so do you want some power and a wee sweet, sweet eldritch blast if you just, bind yourself to it? And you're like, how dare you? And then just, import the rant here. Yeah.
I'm not really one for binding. Chat. Chat. Listen, there's no
All
one
you
using this,
Faustians out there, no.
I'm not the type for binding chat, but you can be, is all I'm saying.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, no, no bind shaming.
Listen, what did you expect? Anyway. Oh, someone is there. Hello.
It's Chris. Hello, Chris.
Oh, right. Oh, you fool.
Oh dear. Oh, it's good. So we've done Chthonian, we've done Faustian. What else we got in the bag? Right? Some other, just name drops now. Or we're good here. Okay.
Mephistophelian?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
basically just Faustian, but
Yeah.
wankier.
Yeah.
Arthurian.
I mean,
I did a class as Arthurian Legends. It was hard, actually. Really harsh marker. It was good, but I hated a lot of the material. Like a lot of the modern takes in Arthurian Legend, like Mists of Avalon and shit like that. Oh, didn't the author of that get like super ultra cancelled for a call?
I don't know actually.
But yeah, there was a couple of them like that were the modern takes and like sci-fi takes, and they were just all so bad. One of them was a comic book that was really excellent art. I think it was Dave, what's his name? But they were just awful. Like going back to the fucking borderline unreadable, even in translation, source material was a lot more interesting.
I just read the blurb about why that author was cancelled. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
If it's the person I'm thinking it is, like Mists of Avalon.
Marion Zimmer Bradley.
Yeah, that's the one.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what you want in your.
Yeah. Well, so moving on. What do you guys remember from last session?
Married Zimmer Bradley. No, I don't. I remember we found a ring of all things.
Two.
We did. That's true.
Yep. Anything else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We. I'm not sure if a lot of my notes are that important now.
How so?
We gave away a lot of power for a ring of wishes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a bunch of artifacts. One of which was a ring. They were all interred with the. I think that's fair to say. Interred with the.
Yeah, the bodies that were there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, under. Well, they were under them in like their own
Yeah, like
caskets of sort.
yeah, basically like containers or caskets or whatever. Yeah, like clearly they were like prized possessions, or if they were action figures, it's what comes in the box with them.
You like that phrase?
It's a great phrase though. It's so succinct.
It does say like you can kind of intuitively understand what you're getting at with it. Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I quite enjoy that phrase.
And then the great debate of what we would use the wish for.
Yeah.
And continues next week.
Listen, there are some suggestions.
Yeah, I did. I had to read at them. Not bad at all.
2 burgers at the same time. All parts.
Yeah, why don't we let's just go through them now. What have you popped in the wee tracker? So yeah, keep going, Colin. You're on a roll. Or a burger.
Okay, so after that, there is also from Keldrath, a wish for us all to have the knowledge, the power, and the wherewithal to keep our world safe from the illicit and any others who may wish to do it harm. I think that might be a little broad with the any others part, but I think
I'm thinking the guess though, because we don't know if we get rid of the illicits.
Are they just going to become
Yeah,
that's what you get 2
my
wishes.
thinking there.
So you know
They do seem more fightable, to be fair. I also believe we already have the tools at our disposal, but still, yeah. So yeah, you think we've got a dragon that it's really just a case of knowing how. We've probably got enough firepower. Totally can see that. So that was Keldrath's, obviously. I put in a few. First one was, and I put in several different phrasings of this because I thought some of them might be too narrow, some might be too broad. But so it's make everyone in the party, city, and/or world immune to illithid parasitism. And I said illithid parasitism because I didn't want to say mind control because that's super broad, and I didn't want to say specifically getting tadpoled because he doesn't really know that, and also because that's really narrow. Leaves him completely open to all sorts of other psychic mumbo jumbo. And that's just like to win because like what are they going to do?
Yeah.
Restore the library was my next suggestion. Simply because it feels like a dick move to leave it in that state.
Fair.
If we cannot leave it in that state. Then increase the dragon's power and maturity to X, I've said, because whatever a good threshold for the dragon to be at. I don't know. Dragon age. No, that's it. Oh.
The lawyers, quick, get the lawyers.
Okay. Yeah.
To Dave Gage?
Send Illithid away and close the door on the way out. Probably 2 wishes. Yeah. So that my final thought was like, if we just send them away and block the gateway, do something that's like, yeah, the Illithid are gone. Next wish, the Illithid can't come back, because I think that's probably 2 wishes.
I think that's fair. Also, welcome, Siren.
Hello, Siren.
In your
Evening
recitation. So those are fair. Yeah, I think all of these are quite good suggestions. Yeah. Anything else happened last time that's worth Be good there. Ring, wishes, bin some loot to get ring. About that, really? Yeah.
Do you want the loot in particular?
That's up to you.
Well, some of it was kind of thematically interesting, right? Like, it definitely seemed to have a strong implied connection to the Guardians.
Yeah, so if you want to have you got notes for it then, Alexander? Please.
So there was the Fingers of the Storm, the javelin from the female air genasi, the Wrath's Mantle, the circlet from the male fire genasi, Winter's Edge circlet from the...
You mean sword?
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm presuming that was the water genasi. I have ice,
Yeah.
and then on my list of genasi, they don't have ice.
Yeah, that's
So
the
I'm
water
presuming that was
genasi.
water. No, it wasn't, because Staccato's Guardian was from the water.
No, it wasn't. It was from the Earth Genasi.
Yeah.
Okay. Notes
Yeah,
for doing
because
well.
I lifted it first.
Yeah.
And was
And-
tempted by it.
Mm.
Then Seclusion, the ring from the Illithid,
Yeah.
which was highly likely to have housed the soul of said Illithid.
And turn invisible if you're wearing it.
I'm trying to remember, did it actually do that, or am I just... are you
It
memeing
turned
me with
invisible,
monster rings?
yes.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. No, yeah, it did, because it's... Yeah, because that was cute. I remember now. I just thought you were fucking Ring of Power memeing me.
No.
I was confused.
It was very, very Ring of Power memeing itself, to be fair. Especially given the
And you
potential.
would have given us freely, so, I mean...
I mean, I basically did give it to you freely, really. So
And we give it up because
Yeah.
we are not
you passed the test.
metagamers. We are people of
You
pure
can
heart.
diminish and return to Valeria, which is in the west.
And we know, and we had the inscription, to gain our greatest works, you must sacrifice our greatest treasures.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then use unlocked the cradle, which was another ring, as we mentioned before. Had 3 wishes, it's down to 2. You speculated about what they might have used the wish for, and now you debated what you should use the wishes for, and you also decided that you maybe want to use the wishes before other people can. So, yeah. That's pretty much where we're at. Goals!
Always believe.
Keldrath, do you want to give us the goals?
I will as soon as the page opens up
No problem.
again, because I've gone the wrong way. So the first goal is free the Brute from the Illithid. Next one is ascertain the relationship between the Illithid and the Brute leadership. Meet Supheme.
Mhm.
Yacht the Illithid.
Yep.
Whatever that means. Yes.
Well, it means to eat.
Okay.
Yep.
And then secure safe exit from our city.
Yes. And your personal goal?
My personal goal is to arrange a meeting with the Brute resistance leadership.
I mean, you could first of all, one wish,
The PRL.
make a Baru resistance leadership with a wish, and then second goal to move them to you. Or second wish, I should say. And then you've done that goal. And then nobody can use the ring. So really, that's like 3 things. Yeah. Vanger, what's your
Yep.
personal goal?
So I could have actually accomplished this last time if I had been tempted by the rather
Had
nice
it been
staff
suitable?
offer. It was quite, but it also was a case of I'm playing Vanger. I think, despite the sort of thematic elements that definitely scream Druid, I think I'm playing him more as a cleric in my mind. He's a priest, right? Rather than a druid, is how I would put it. So I thought the staff leaning so heavily on the druidic side, which made sense given the sort of elemental connection, its sort of guardian, connection. but it was like it was just shy, but it wasn't quite there. Because I think if it was like the
Almost
absolute
tempting.
perfect, yeah, I think it was like if it had some sort of druidry and cleric of the
Mhm.
grave related effects on it, Vanguard would probably have just gone, well, clearly my god wanted me to have this.
Yeah.
But it was like, this is a staff which would be, mighty in my hands, but it's not necessarily for me. And there's this implication that if we sacrifice these, something, there's a greater gift to be found,
Yeah.
or greater treasure.
Do you still feel that way?
Yeah.
Do you still feel there was a greater treasure to be gained?
I think it's more of like a millstone around our necks.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's no, it is. It is pretty. It's awesome power. Right, we traded in some very cool items, but what we have as a result is, it's insane power that
Yeah.
Wish possesses.
And it should kind of highlight as well for you as witnesses to this like room itself, the fact that it would have required all of them to have given up like whatever their particular trinkets were. I know, Colin. I know. I hear it too, screeching in the distance.
Oh no, that hurt. I can't do it properly.
But like the fact that they locked it away so that no one of them seemed to be able to get it should be quite telling as
Yeah.
well.
No one man should have all that power.
Yeah. Fleabite, your goal?
To care for the dragon until it's self-sufficient.
No one man, but what about one rat? Or a skeever.
Well,
Yeah.
that could be a man.
Yeah. So, with goals done, we open back up into the three of you and Gembite in this room / tomb. As I said, the images of the five having flickered out as soon as you'd picked up the cradle, as soon as you had looked it over, and then had your debate.
Started the debate.
Yeah. I was like, yep, just let me checkpoint that in here, that this is the debate session. Yep. Okay. So what do we see? What's happening? Because I think we had a Vanguard like looking to Kildrath, I think, for like some additional input initially.
We did.
I think.
Okay.
No, I was just agreeing that, like,
Yeah.
I'd kind of looked at both of you, but maybe definitely more Keldra.
For reasons. Yes.
Yeah. And my own reluctance, because understandably, my only knowledge of the badness of the Illithidor, I won't say evil because it's too strong a word at the moment, but
Okay.
my knowledge of them is only what I've seen here. I don't deny we have to remove them, but to what degree is what would bother me, I think, if it came to the wish just to simply destroy them. Whereas for me, I think if the bad guys here were the Gith, I don't think I'd question that, because ultimately it was them that destroyed the monastery, not the Illithid. But I'm a monk. I am naturally at peace. So should I be looking to destroy anything?
Yeah. It's interesting.
And to the comments about my wish, I kind of relate to knowledge will serve more purpose than just a weapon. And that because simply I think we've got the weapon here.
I don't disagree. But the thing is, like, for me, in my mind, like, I'll say this sort of non-Vanguard because it is a little. For my mind, it's a question of like, well, if we already have the weapon and it's a dragon, then I'm not sure how much knowledge of how to fight them we really need, because it's probably point dragon at them.
Use dragon on Illithid.
It's super effective.
Hold it by the tail and shake it.
The thing that I was thinking then with the resistances is because like we have to be concerned if like, well, they can turn people, right? We know enough to have a sense of that's sort of something they can do.
I mean, you definitely do.
I do.
And, yeah, like you
Right,
definitely have
yeah.
like a.
Not necessarily everyone, but I can impart that, right? I can share
100%,
that knowledge, you know,
yeah.
maybe say something explicit now.
I think we've already rolled
Just
on the
like
fact that
you-
like your history or whatever it was, or your arcana or whatever it was.
We
like,
did last
we've-
time, yeah.
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 It might even be that 18 that I can see in chat right now. Do you know what I mean? So
It may even have been. Listen, a baby can be a weapon. Put it in a trebuchet. The
Colin.
my thinking is that like yes. Yeah, but then what will happen is that Valeria will just turn into a massive spaceship and leave the dimension. That's what the Listmen actually
they
did.
literally just did that.
You know what? I kind of hate ancient alien shit. You know this. You've heard the rant. But I love that the like lizard men just decided to leave. Like the setting's getting blown up. We're going now. Fine. That's great. Your
See you
giant
later,
stone
and thanks
temples
for
were
all the sticks.
spaceships. Fuck it. Why not?
Is that pretty much just what the Draenei did as well? Like from WoW? Just into
Sort of.
the spaceship
The
and off
Draenei
to go?
ships are like.
Anyway, we're a bit off topic.
Anyway,
Yes.
So my thinking is like if we can protect ourselves, Gembai, and hopefully at least the Baru, because they'd be a powerful ally and it would help us achieve our goal of saving the city from being basically turned or controlled. Then the only thing we have to worry about is regular psychic attack and regular physical attack, which are still dangerous. I'm sure the Illithid are, used a bit of meta knowledge here, but Illithid like individually used to be a big deal when they first turned up. Well, an invasion of them is going to be a big deal, right? So even if you neuter their ability to make more, they're still a threat. But with Gembite, with the party, with the Baru, no longer having to worry about being changed or controlled, then that would kind of flip the power dynamic a bit. And it would be a question of, do they want to, is that a fight they want? If they're not going to be able to gain anything in the most direct way that they usually do, are they actually going to want to fight with a city of giant, intelligent elephant people with high tech if they don't actually gain any new spawn from it?
Yeah, it's just losses at that point, right?
Exactly. They're just losing casualties for the sake of taking some ground that. Well, so if they're going to take over the whole world, just come back and do that later. So that's that's where I was going with that idea. Is that like we I agree are in a position where we probably are already a threat, but the Illithid, their nature, rather than just their power level or whatever, that's sort of what's scary about them. It's not just that they have good attack dice; it's that they can make you one of them.
Or
We all
just eat
saw
your brains, right? Like,
The trailer, or they can just eat your brains. Listen,
Yeah.
we've all seen the. I was going to make a joke there that I'm not going to make, but we've all saw the trailer for what was the game? Was it Baldur's Gate 3?
Yeah.
With the city under attack,
Mhm.
presumably Baldur's Gate, and it's horrifying, right?
Yep.
The Illithid turning up is a horror story. So because of what they just innately can do as part of their biology, even if you think you can take them in a fight, if there's so many of them, and you are at risk of being turned, yeah.
It's
You can see
almost
why that's my concern.
it's almost similar issues, not quite to the same degree, but like if you're fighting like a powerful lich that can just all the losses become their recruits.
I was kind of going to
Yeah.
say that as well. Like, it's a
Mhm.
little undeadish. Like that's
Yeah.
commonly a trope of like even zombie films. It's like, yeah, they're shit, but you're dealing with 100 to 1 odds, and oh, by the way,
A very
you
easy
lost
renewable,
one. It's now
like,
101
yeah.
to 1. You know, it's it's that idea of like this is a problem that just can escalate and escalate.
Can I ask a question round about that then?
Mhm.
You put in your text to the illicit parasites. Are we talking that they themselves are the danger, or is there something within them? This goes back to the question about don't eat anything.
They are parasites.
They are parasites themselves.
That's how they
So,
reproduce.
for example, they could infect you. So they have the ability to infect you with a like tadpole-like thing that would burrow into you and slowly turn you into an illithid from the inside out.
Okay.
It's creepy as hell, right?
Yeah.
They're
So-
also from the future.
So they know what we're going to do here.
well, I would.
No, they're
I
like,
would.
I think
I
they're
would.
supposed to be from like
I
the
would
end of time kind of future.
They are. It's more like they're from like another plane of existence where they hang out, right? It's less so. It's less time jank, really. It's
Okay.
more just like existence jank, right? That's what it is. So, and keep in mind a lot of that's.
They're definitely fucking scary though.
But keep in mind a lot of that's very D&D lore, right? Not
Yes.
necessarily staccato. This world's lore.
No,
Okay?
that's fair.
Although I am keeping as much of it as I can for the sake of creation. So.
So, because like that's sort of what I think my knowledge of them probably is like, quite D&D specific because that's where I've read about them. So when I talked about the time thing, I think I remember reading something about them having like being time travel related in D&D that
I
might
could
not
believe that.
necessarily always apply in all settings.
I think it just depends on how, because I know they spend a lot of time on the astral sea, and I don't imagine time's that normal there.
I think the idea was that they just appeared one day with a fully formed culture. That was the thing. Like there was no build up of the illithid; they were just suddenly there.
It's
And
almost
the idea was
Borg-like,
that
isn't it, as well?
Well, like the idea is that they came from maybe the future. I don't know if that's canon. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just. I remember reading this shit. It might be wrong. I do not have the deepest knowledge of the setting.
Plus, it
But-
depends how
and
many
also-
versions ago that comes from as well, right? Because it's the same as a lot of D&D's lore, where a lot of people treat all the lore as canon, or rather than
Which it can
just,
be because a lot of it's mutually exclusive
yeah, it's an interesting
or
mixed
setting
bag.
specific. Or
But like, there's another question. Then, so Chris, do you have any other actual questions about like context? Because obviously we can let you know what Vanguard can inform you of, because Vanguard spent time at least listening to stories of the illithid from the Githzerai when he
some
was healing
very
them.
biased sources, admittedly. But
Yeah, but this is why we're able to say Vanguard knows they infect people.
No, I think. Yeah, I mean that was my knowledge of how they infected you. That was the main thing. Turning you into illithids kind of. Again, turns you into a tentacle beast, or just your mind and your body is at their control, at their whim, and part of the hive, so to speak. That might be a better way of putting it.
Yeah, they're very. Yeah, you'd pretty much become very visually like 10th. You know.
So you do change physically.
Yeah. You. It's kind of how they reproduce. But that's a
Yeah.
better way of saying it. It's how they reproduce.
they are sort of akin to vampires. I think people sort of associate them more with like Lovecraftian stuff or with like xenomorphs, which are pretty Lovecraftian. But I think in practice they're actually kind of more like vampires.
Yeah, I think that the parallels are a bit better.
Also,
for
I
that.
think they can become vampires, which is fucking hilarious.
Well, let's not get into the vampire D&D conversation because those rules are vague as
I don't
fuck.
really know what vampires are in D&D other than that they're vampires. But
It's a good
Well,
place
if
to
we'd
leave
stayed in Evershade, we might have found out.
well, listen, there's another time. Probably, maybe, no.
that. Hey,
Okay,
So
yeah.
if you could send Fleabite to
So they're a
Evershade with a
succubus
wish.
of some sort.
Not really. That does imply some kind of intimate affair rather than just being infected by a tadpole and being turned inside out into an illithid. Yeah. But they're not great. They're
No,
not great at all.
no.
Yeah, highly intelligent and highly psychic. It is a pretty horrific combo.
Mm-hmm.
You
And they
would
built
normally
like physically as well. Like they're not really designed to be physical as such, but because they can just infect you, there's that element of physical harm where you don't want to be near them.
yeah, they're like I think they're. I don't know their stats, but they're supposed to be quite fragile, is my understanding. Obviously, not all of them. But
Yeah, like they have the ability to like eat your brain though, so that means they can get through your skull.
yeah, because I mean they're cephalopods, right? They've got to have a beak under there.
So
Wait,
yeah.
they're not cephalopods though, because their head is their head. They're cephalocephs.
Cephaloceph. Yeah.
Weird.
Tete is how the French would call it. Anyway, so where were we? We're in this room. Stop trying to talk around the conversation.
Brings us back to the wish. She's always got to bring us back to
I know. Imagine bringing us back to
Yeah. What's
the
this?
current drama that's going on. So
I like Vanger's idea because ending this suddenly, as in, let's just kick the illithid out and don't let them come back. Where's the adventure in that?
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? Whereas if we just eliminate the power to infect, to change, to manipulate the
is this
world,
but I want to storm the castle speech?
that's, yeah, more or less, that's where it's heading.
Because yeah, like if you wish for like the illithid to be like cast out, for example, yeah, you don't get to like go raid their big spaceship, right? That's above Barris right now. So yeah, I can see your point.
But you've just put other thoughts in other people's minds because I'd never even led on to that. I was just thinking about
It's better than taking
enough to
them
get
from
them out
them,
of
right?
Barris and off the world. But yeah, but it's.
Siren, is that your wish then? Yeah. It's still kind of genocide though.
Yeah.
Genocide, you say?
I'm not sure there's a kind of.
Yes. Yeah. Genocide. So.
Cute genocide.
So your options you just kind of discussed is like neutering them in a way versus wiping them out versus banishing them versus making people immune to them.
Yeah, because if we make it, because immunization, right, is a pretty humane way to deal with the problem. It is also sort of just letting it turn it. Oh god.
It makes
It's
their problem
kinda-
for someone else.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not taking responsibility for them.
Is this your new goal? Take responsibility.
I think there is a degree of not half-assing it, half-assing two things. That's whole-ass one thing, as
Yeah.
Ron Swanson
Okay.
would say.
Yeah.
Let me suggest then, out of character, because this is not something that makes sense to the head character. I am inclined to say that that's a pretty good reason why it might not be the worst idea for someone other than Vanguard to make the wish, because while he is potentially willing to take aggressive action, or make us able to take aggressive action, he's probably not just going to dunk on an entire species. If that is something that the party feels is necessary, I as a player would totally understand it.
We
But
do what we must
yeah.
because we can.
You're just full of quotes today, boy. That's GLaDOS, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
I've always liked that phrasing. Actually, it's very clever.
I'm not saying that necessarily we do have to, but we can, and it solves a problem.
Yes. What is your most immediate problem, right? As a group.
I think it's the occupation of, and it is an occupation considering the way the house spooked out. Like Batuve was about it. Like, I definitely think this is.
And Sophie.
Yeah, this is Vici Baru, right? Barris, and Sophia. I think. Should I not have said that? I think.
I don't even know anymore, Colin. Like, we'll just keep going until we get stopped.
I definitely think that freeing this city has to be a first step. Partly because, yeah, obviously we don't want a infected city. Probably already got one elsewhere. But also because impressing on the Barrow that, look, there are people out there that can actually help you and will help you, and maybe we're worth interacting with, and maybe we're worth helping. And I think that's more of a you could try and unite the world against a threat by showing you how threatening it is, or you could try and unite the world against a threat by showing, look, we are willing to put our ass in the line to help you. And I think naturally certain characters like myself would be more inclined to go for the former, not the former, the latter, and say, like, look, we did this for you, even though you guys have basically said fuck off to the whole world. Open your, you don't have to open your fucking doors to everyone, but interact with the world, come help us out, return the favor, basically, right?
And like, say from what you've gathered so far, like, you understand that, like, they're not necessarily saying fuck off to everybody, but they're saying pretty much when you can be on our level, we'll interact with you, right? So it's a bit of a different type of arrogance, right? It isn't like a no talking to MD ever. It is definitely an elitist approach, right? Are you cool enough to be in the club? So
yeah,
it's an interesting one that they've got. Obviously not. It seems like not every single brew like shares that. Batuve's didn't seem to. Batuve seemed positively eager to go and meet other people. So yeah, that's an interesting one. But yeah, like, trying to pitch it that way where it's like, listen, we can help you out, but maybe you should, lower your standards a bit. Not the worst idea. Obviously, they have a bit less to share with the world post library instance, but yeah, still a lot they can share. Chris, your thoughts?
No, I'm just going back to our goals and things like that, and trying to find a way of structuring our goals and finding Safim, finding out whether or not he is part of a resistance, and maybe trying to find out if there's some feedback from who we consider a more trying to think of the right word, not educated, yes, but more I don't know what the right word would be.
Give an example.
Advanced.
Okay.
Intuitive, not intuitive, but
Competent.
they're certainly
allies.
more advanced than where we stand. Sorry?
Competent allies. That's where I was going for. But yeah.
I don't think a more advanced is wrong. I think that's fine.
I mean, look what Safin was able to achieve on his own in the wild
A
versus
box of scraps.
a lot of Gith. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
He did take on like a small camp. So yeah, they are definitely advanced.
And now again, this is just character shifting the responsibility. Are we really? Even the conversations we're having here, are we really the right people to make this wish?
Who is?
Well,
No, exactly.
I think it's a good question to ask in character, so I'm going to respond to in character.
Okay.
Which is, well, right now, we're the only ones.
Gem bite headbutts your shoulder gently.
Hello. I'm not letting him have a wish.
Do you want to make the wish? He just wants the magic.
He's non-verbal.
Well,
Yeah, just let him
so
eat the
we
ring.
decided.
Yeah.
I mean, that could produce cool effects, but yeah, I'm concerned about a full-power dragon that isn't immune to tadpoling. Which, when you say it like that, sounds worse.
It's still a horrific thought, though, right?
Oh yeah, it's horrific.
Mm-hmm.
It is horrific, and yet somehow the word tadpoling.
Do you want Cthulhu? Because that's how you get Cthulhu.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's also one of Siren's worst nightmares, is a illithid dragon.
Only when the stars are right.
So yeah, maybe getting Gembite as far away from the potential of being tadpoled would be great.
I think we should protect ourselves and this one, gesturing over my shoulder to Gembite. And I think if we can take the chance of spreading the wish around a little bit more, I think we should protect this city. Show them what we mean to help, and show them that they're not alone in this. That the world is this is a shared danger, a shared threat, and that we can all stand together against it. I think we protect all of ourselves and all of them. I think the wish could handle that. Might be at a cost, but I think it could handle it. Then, if they want a fight, they'll be fighting on different terms than they accounted for.
If of fight want, every death on Handclaw's ours.
Aye. But death. Death is natural, inevitable. Not a bad thing in and of itself. Sorry.
If of natural, then is not to be consumed, killed natural?
Maybe, but I don't believe these things are meant to be. Even he gestures over to, whatever one it was, the fifth coffin or what have you.
Yeah.
Even if they may have started here. If what I understand about them is true, then their mere existence is a threat wherever they go. But the same could be said of any creature. I understand being willing to take drastic action against a threat that's real and present. And I think we may have to do just as much, but if we can do it without the complete destruction of an entire people, well, I think that would be preferable.
But still risk destruction of many peoples.
Aye. I suppose. If we let them go, there's always a risk that
Where would they call home?
I come back stronger even. Truthfully, I know not what the right choice is.
As of now, cannot coexist. You have proposed make it so they cannot coexist, but will die. What if cannot coexist, but have not reason to kill?
Take away their
They of
Right.
threat by kill infect. If they of not need to kill infect to make breed, then threat of kill infect not exist, and defeated enemies are, but not destroyed, if that is what you will not abide.
well then. It's an interesting proposition. Change the nature of an entire people.
To protect all and to change them is of same.
It's be the better option.
Not simple as of kill all, but if not able to.
If we do this, if we do change them, we must always be careful with magic, especially magic with this broad a scope. Magic is like anything else. It tries to find the path of least resistance. It will fulfill our wish, but it may take shortcuts we wouldn't like.
Most simple is of kill all, yes.
If we word it correctly, it should be pretty ambiguous. But they aren't any more at fault for their nature than anyone else is.
Nor are we for wishing to not be destroyed, in fact.
You're right. I can't argue with that. What is that your Wow, oh. But were you holding this right now, Levi? What would your choice be?
Theo will probably look at it. maybe look at Gembite. And probably just say Fleabite's sake. Success impossible without great magics. The use of has been shown that not all answers, and will gesture to the the five bodies that they are here, and they used a wish, and they decided that using the other two wishes clearly wasn't going to solve their problems. So that's something to be considered.
Here's a question for you just as players, right? Do you think, and obviously this is specifically for players because I don't think your characters would necessarily have any info on this, do you think they wished and then locked it away after doing their wish, depending on what happened? Because we know they were wiped out. These five exist. So did they lock this away before they were wiped out, or after? What's your thoughts there as players?
From what we know, I always thought the dragons were created on one of the other islands.
Yeah.
And I cannot remember the name of.
The Dragon's Eye?
No. There was a. Yes, where the. Yeah. That's where the
turtles were near there as well.
Moved away from, and then came to here.
Was that the dragons or the Dragonborn, though?
The dragons, I always thought.
Okay.
I think so, yeah. My recollection was that the dragons were created elsewhere, and that sort of may have been a factor in the flight from that region.
The ring was in a receptacle called the cradle.
No, the ring is the cradle.
Yeah.
Okay, the ring is the cradle. Then
yes.
It doesn't fly, yeah. But the writing on the door and stuff like that does sort of suggest that these guys were seen as ancients already when they were interred there.
I think the word was like roughly translated as like original.
Yeah, yeah. So you can imagine that this, Ryan, you've used the phrase Genasi blooded to distinguish the sort of modern descendants from the original Genasi people. You can imagine that maybe it was early descendants, perhaps, that spread out throughout the world.
Yeah, I think that's easy enough to say because Genasi do appear like obviously everywhere.
Yeah, and I think maybe it wasn't directly the Genasi themselves, but they're next of kin.
The crown of the Genasi. So yeah. I love like how stumped this has got the three of like the characters specifically. Like not so much the players, I mean the characters, right? Because yeah, you do need to sit and think, what's gonna make the best outcome?
Yeah, because the fear is that whenever the description of making the wish, there's so many limitations put on the wish, or so many dangers associated with making the wish, that there's a fear there that one wrong word, and we not only remove the threat of the Illithid, I'll put it that way, we could also endanger the world, if not ourselves, by just
make it so the Illithid are dead. Okay, we fast forward to the end of time. Or
deny their source of food.
Yeah. we have to be careful.
That's the Halo method, right?
Yes. I was just about to
Oh
find
god,
the
yes,
Halo
you've
going.
already linked the
Yeah.
fucking flood.
Yeah. Ga-ga-ga-gum. Ga-ga-ga-gum.
What a soundtrack!
I know.
If I can just
Yeah, legit. Um,
But
it also gives you a bit of insight maybe into why this thing was locked away, right?
Mhm.
As you were saying there, Caldrat, like the sheer scope of how wrong things can go.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we want to have what did they actually ask to create? What was the actual wish that they made that they wanted to make a dragon, or they wanted to create something that would protect their world? We don't know
No.
what their actual wish was that caused the destruction of their world, I suppose. It's a dangerous game, this wish thing. A very dangerous game.
Yes.
Ultimate cosmic power, and oh dear god, is their living space diminishing somewhat? Yes, it is, yeah.
But that's one of the things. We are not here to wish for ourselves to be the king of the world. We're here to
Looks at
protect
Fleabite.
the world. And that, well, it's just, does that make sense? If we wanted to make ourselves happy, this wish would be easy. Every one, if you gave us 3 wishes, they all had to be a personal goal. This would be so much easier, but we're not. We're here to try and stop the destruction of a world, and that makes it so much more difficult. Am I taking the fun out of this, or is this
No,
the fun bit?
it's the weight, right? That is the weight. To me, this is the fun because it shows how much you care about what happens and what has happened. And you don't also think that you have the right immediately to just wipe out a species or to like rewrite the world at your own whim without considering it. Because a lot of the things you come up with are ultimately from your character's perspectives for good. But like you say, they chose not to use 2 of the 3 wishes they made.
Having won, they probably realised, that there's a cost.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting, but you know yourself there
And
are
we
people in this
simply
world
wish to put
that
the ring
will use
back where it was. And
Can
take the weapons, please.
Can we get a refund, please?
we could just wish for the weapons.
I mean, yeah, I guess we could.
The problem is we can't leave the wishes unused.
Yeah, I was about to say that because there's people in this world that will use them.
Yeah, without hesitation.
Can we
Completely
send the
agree.
ring to a cavern of...
So you wanna like the ring that you found from a secret. You wanna put it somewhere secret?
Send it to a secret game.
Wish for this place to never have been found. There you go. There's a wish.
That is, though, we don't know. Just because we didn't know this place existed doesn't mean other people didn't. And the fact that there's an illithid in here with us kind of suggests that there's a good reason for the illithid without to know what is within. And that is not a comforting thought.
No.
Maybe that's also why they started in Barris.
Do we know that?
Nope.
Yeah.
Just depends if you think that it was 10th that was in a little Belner. Little Fleabite, doesn't it?
Oh, okay. That is one ship.
Rather than multiple.
Yeah. Right, no, that's not something that ever occurred to me.
But you don't know, right?
Mm.
Wish for that specific answer right now. I mean, keep in mind, right? Like, knowledge is going to be useful, and if you had things that you're like, can we just nail this down? It's not a terrible use for a wish if it helps you get like the kind of ball rolling on a lot of momentum for the game. Even though it might seem like a lackluster wish, if it does create a lot of momentum, it's good. But that would be obviously the pain of trying to narrow down what the start of that would be. You would need to have had a good idea. Like, if only we knew who was trustworthy, you know?
Who is trustworthy? Yeah, no.
Yeah. You get my thinking though, right? Like, it's a way to, like, quite definitively narrow the scope on a lot of situations users are facing. But you've got, well, if we look at the list of issues that the party have in front of them, you've got the Illithid and the Gith. Is there anything else on that list that's on par with it?
I mean, Benglod next. I would
Menglod's
say.
right, so Menglod's there, right? Yeah.
Depending on his reaction to some recent events, Richter.
Von Run, yep. Okay, so we got 4 things there.
And I think that is, if we are hoping to use Dragon on Squid, then we will have to protect Dragon from Marvel.
From the lawyers, yeah.
Disney.
Okay, so you've got realistically 4 problems there. And 2 wishes. So is there some way you can make sure that the dragon via Richter and the Illithid all solve themselves? Because that would solve a bunch, right? Because if the Githyanki are only attacking the Githzerai on the hopes that the Illithid will stop persecuting all of the Gith, even though there's no evidence of that, there's just evidence of the Githyanki murdering Githzerai. Technically, 3 of those problems solve themselves if you can make them all link up, and you're left with Menglod. So, and I imagine a dragon pretty good against Menglod.
Frostiger.
Right? Yeah.
Although it does have that also undead problem.
Yeah.
We don't want to give them extra.
Oh, I think I've got a way of dealing with Menglod.
Okay.
I think I can eliminate Menglod's threat. I think there's a more powerful being down there than Menglod, I'm afraid.
Okay.
As I tried to hint at.
Down
there.
I do think Menglod is a much more tangibly defeatable. Like, they can't just bugger off to another dimension for a few thousand years and come back.
Yeah.
Which we don't know that the Gith or the
Illithid,
Illithid can do, but it's not completely unlikely.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So, your problems aren't looking too bad, right? So, we're at 4, right? Richter doesn't like dragons, which means your dragon plan to fight the Illithid is iffy. Because of that. So what can you do about the dragon, Richter, Illithid side of that? And if we ignore Menglod, because Keldreth says he's got that in the bag, right? So...
If I have a plan for that.
Yeah, that's what I said, you've got it in the bag. So...
Yeah.
Right? So the Richter, dragon,
He's got my bag?
Illithid thing is the main issue, because the Gith problem might alter depending on what happens with the Illithid. So that's an influx problem for the Gith. And as you have said, you have fought and survived Githyanki. So it might just be a case of...
I one-shot one of them.
Yeah. Sickeningly.
Fucking melted.
So you can see my thinking there, right? So really, what's your focus there, right? So you've discussed getting Dragon to a position where it can attack Illithid. But your worry is Richter. So, what's your thoughts on that dynamic? How he's going to rectify or resolve or mitigate that? And you do kind of have the power of creation twice. So,
I am somewhat less concerned fundamentally about Richter, because we know that Richter's initial success against the dragons was somewhat helped by their inability to do anything to him, whereas Gembite doesn't have that problem.
Yeah, but there were like a species of dragon, and now there's Gembite. So yeah. My worry there would be if Richter was even in the position to take out many dragons, regardless of his advantage. That means he's probably going to be able to take out Jimbite. Currently.
Yeah, but we again are working under the kind of assumption that his mother's powers might make Jimbite immune to his powers. We don't know that, obviously. We're just making that assumption because that's you said that, didn't you? That there was something else.
I mean, I didn't say that. No, I did say that Fleabite hadn't shared the fact that the mother gave up like her what seemed to be essence to make sure the egg had the energy to, actually hatch. But you're not wrong in assuming that maybe that does tie Cynthia into the dragon more, right? But that's stuff Keldrath can't say because he hasn't been told that's what Cynthia did. He's only been told Cynthia is gone. That is all Fleabite actually shared. So yeah, it's a hard one to gauge. Plus, are you gonna bank on that with your only dragon? Like, yeah. It just depends how powerful you think Richter is, regardless of that advantage that he once had and may not have now. It is unlikely he would have it now.
Additionally, I think Victor is stronger now than he was then. I think he's probably got more robots. I don't know how many he had then, but there's a good chance that he's made more in the meantime.
Again, this is knowledge that I'm not privy to.
I mean, no, technically,
having joined the group.
Technically, you are right because remember the discussion with Betuve about you got the display of the Baruvian.
Yes,
robots.
yeah.
Remember, you did know that Richter turned up to say he had killed dragons to Barris. Which means if you learned how to make robots from Barris, he didn't have robots previously.
So we talk we save the Baru here. We talk the Baru into avenging the theft. And we take their robots with us and a dragon. Hey. Robot wars and
yeah. Oh dear. I mean, I've heard worse plans. I'll be honest. I have heard worse plans. Also, how are you this evening, Scott? But he's not in chat. I just felt like saying that because yeah, I've heard Scott.
His spirit was invoked.
Yes.
This is what you get for taking your eyes off the tab.
So the thing you skipped over there, Keldrath, though, was that free the Baru part, though.
Yes, exactly. That's got to be the first step, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
We find Sufim, we free the Baru, which means eliminating the Illithid, so the Illithid's got to come first. Neutering the Illithid, does that automatically null and void everything we've got in our challenges?
Well, let's put it this way, right? Let's do a hypothetical for you, right? So, Keldrath, you're an Illithid, right? And you recreate by infecting other people and then, absorbing them into your own, okay? To increase your numbers. And then some plucky young group turn up and decide to neuter you. Are you just gonna sit down?
Depends how sharp the scissors were.
The neutering was. Exactly. You would need some recovery time. You're going to have to investigate what actually happened. Does neutering the Illithid mean that it goes back to being one, or do the rest of them just...
Yeah, right? Like, there's a lot to consider there.
Yeah. The ones that we suspect from even the Baru leadership, are they going through the change just now, and would that stop that change and bring them back to being... No easy answers. No easy answers here.
Yep. Interesting.
But I do think that I am leaning more towards that route.
Okay.
Unless you get your job and we have to end it quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish for the campaign to be done. It does.
Yeah. And we win. Way, game
Yay.
over. Yeah, that's a whole different game. That's the second wish.
Yeah. Nah, that we're
So,
that
yeah,
yet. We're okay just now.
I'm leaning towards Vanger's idea of neutering them and
Rather than Fleabite's idea of changing how they reproduce. Right? Yeah. Because surely neutering them is just a slower genocide.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not
exactly.
really discussing neutering them, just so we're clear.
Okay.
What I would describe was more a case of inoculating us, which,
Yeah.
as Fleabite pointed out, makes it someone else's problem.
Yeah. And how do you cover us? To just the people on Staccato?
I
I think that's probably a bit broad, but maybe.
Yeah.
was going to say this plane. You got a wish.
Does Fleabite have the concept of planes, though? Like,
Where did he come from?
yeah. I mean, that's very different to Fleabite being one place and then being in another place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very different to having like a fucking
We've all-
cosmological knowledge.
Woken up in different places.
We've all been like, how the hell did I get here and why don't I recognize anybody? Or myself.
Drank the wrong potion
Yep.
and woke up in the wrong shower or somebody
Yep.
else's shower.
It happens, you know? I feel like this levity is to avoid the weight,
Oh,
the
of course it
crushing
is.
weight of the cradle. You can imagine the conversation those five must have had, right? Just been like, fuck this, we've been here for like centuries, like let's just lock it away and go for a sleep.
Again, it does then bring us back to what was their original wish? What were they hoping for? Just something to protect the world? Something... a pet? You know what I mean? It's...
If it was just the four, I would have thought it would have been an obvious sell that they wished to make the dragons. But the presence of the Illithid, to me, adds the possibility that it was something to do with how the Illithid transport themselves between realm.
Yeah.
So can I be a player for a second and just throw in something that I would draw connections to if I was there and not the GM? I know that sounds a bit wanky, but Vanger learned from, same with Fleabite, from Ordak in that hut, you know, when you were all talking, and with the Anarch as well there, sharing the fact that the dragon egg could be used as a weapon against the Illithid.
Yeah.
Why would they be so sure about that, right? And then if you think what you have learned from the Tuve about the Genasi creating dragons and then being wiped out by dragons, if you then look at the 5 air quote originals, if an Illithid's there, that all does track. So,
The dragons might be the reason they fled this world in the first place.
right? Maybe they were the only one of the 5 that had the wherewithal to leave. Not to say that's the case, I'm just saying that's things you all know. Which is a lot of info floating around the game, that's all. But just so you're not like talking yourself out of certain, you know, points there, Alexander. Right? Does that make sense? Again, I'm not saying this is a GM, I'm just saying this is things that you have been exposed to in the game. But it does track quite nicely. That, folks at home, is what we call a really subtle hint. Not really. But, yeah. It's also just very convenient though, right? Like, it is a bit very A goes to B goes to C. But sometimes stories are like that.
I don't think I want to take the gamble. I'm not quite sure how to put this as Vanguard of changing the Illithid directly. Because of the A, what if it's something worse? B, like what if it's whatever it does to them ultimately is still deleterious. It's like if we can just protect ourselves and make them someone else's problem, that sucks. But you know, playing God in one world is a big enough deal. Starting to worry about the implications of what you're doing across several of them. That's a little bit above our pay grade, I think. And maybe it shouldn't be, but I still feel like it is right now. So, excuse me. The more I think about it, the more I'm coming down on one of the wishes being, I don't know if the world or the plane is too big an ask, but definitely at least protect us and the Baru from being, mind flayed, as it were.
The colloquial for Chris for the Illithids is Mind Flayer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a very good point, I think, for especially Vanguard's opinions as well. It comes back to what right do we have to be the ones doing something this big? I think it is an important thing to reflect on. But then, if not you, who? And if not you, will other people do something as noble, right? Or as good for the world, rather than selfish. So yeah.
But if we use these wishes, then that's not really a problem we have to worry about here and now. Like, ultimately, anyone else who's going to take a step like that is going to have something of equivalent power. And if they do, well, what the fuck are we going to do about it? Either way, sort of how I'm looking at this. I don't know. I'm right. Okay, I'm going to say something as Vanguard. You know what? I asked Fleabait there, and I'll look at Keldrath now and say, and you, Keldrath, you had to make the choice right this second. What would you do?
Ultimately, my goal is to protect the world from what seems to be trying to consume everything, everyone. There is no doubt from everything we've said and everything we've heard that the Illithid are chasing the Baru across worlds.
The Gith, yeah.
Yeah, the Gith, sorry.
It's okay.
The Gith across worlds. And how long can that go on? So for me, whether it's done by wish or whether it's done with the assistance of the Baru and our friend here, I'll pat Jemba on the nose gently so he knows it's affectionate and not me
I'll just lick your
try
hand.
to control him again. Yeah. Either way, that's my end goal. If we hadn't found the rings, or found the ring, what would we have done? How would we have progressed this? We would simply went to war, more or less. And I still think that's going to happen. We will be at war with the Illithid. The fear is we could be at war with ourselves if they used their powers and converted the attacking forces. So yeah, we must eliminate their ability to do that.
So do we change them, or do we protect us?
Eliminate a threat. Is it better to have defense, or is it better to have strength and attack?
I mean, it's not really that though you're asking. It is kind of like, are we removing their offense or are we giving ourselves defense? Right? It's a bit.
Exactly.
It's not like you're saying,
Exactly.
I wish for a giant catapult. Do you know what I mean? To hit their ship with. I want to remove their ability to, be a threat. It's kind of what you're saying. So yeah, it's a wee bit.
We wish to remove their ability to have the big catapult.
Yeah. Stop turning us into catapults, please. Yeah. You should go to 10th and be like, 10th, hypothetically, if you could wish for two things, what would they be? Just do some fact finding.
I think 10th. Well, look at it this way. Why are the Illithid here? Initially, the Illithid were just chasing the Baru.
I guess.
Is it a bonus? Sorry, I keep
It's
saying
okay,
that.
don't worry.
We're just chasing the Gith. Why were they chasing the Gith? And are we this world just a bonus to them?
But then, is it just a bonus to them? Like, do you think they landed here by happenstance? Then, rather than being from here? Right?
Do they know that they were even from here?
Yeah, right. That was a good question as well.
Yeah, could be
Do they
lost.
know that they've came home?
Yeah, if they've been going around the multiverse for however long, I know the multiverse
That's okay, go
is
for
very
it.
much on vogue right now, but if they've been all across these many different planes and what have you, has their sense of time the same? Has the same amount of? Is their subjective experience like has centuries or millennia passed for them, or has it been millions of years even?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Or maybe
relativity's
4
a bit
days.
skew-whiffed. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's valid.
So we can't take it for granted that they will have.
Yeah, it's now hard to say whether or not, for example, 10th knows or doesn't know anything about this place. I don't mean the tomb, I just mean staccato.
This world.
Yeah. So yeah. Because you'd think if 10th knew about the tomb, they'd know about the library, right? Since the library was kind of hiding the tomb.
Yeah.
But we don't know he wasn't looking for the library.
True.
His inability to find the library doesn't really indicate.
Well,
Yeah,
it might a
may
little
have to.
because psychic.
Yeah, but the flip side of that again then is the leadership of the Baru that I've got it right this time.
Yeah.
The leadership of the Baru that are being converted. Why haven't they shared their knowledge?
Eventually, don't know. I mean, seems
Is-
unlikely, but
Is this just something passed down between certain members of the Baru?
it
Yeah.
may be something that leadership just don't take much interest in.
Yeah, like different career path idea. I mean, we do know that obviously Richter von Rune appeared in front of the leadership, made his case, and still had access to the library.
Yeah.
So but we know that's because Tuv. We know that much. But it'd be weird for the Baru leadership to not know about it if then Richter got to see it. Not impossible though.
Yeah.
It's just weird. But as you say, it could easily just be completely separate career paths where the interests don't align. As I said, you've seen a very small part of Barris. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's a big one, right?
So we have two of these. Say we use one of them to, in one way or another, reduce or eliminate that particular threat. Well, we're left with another. And I agree 100% with your idea that leaving this around as an unused wish is just asking for trouble.
Vanger, you've asked both of us our intentions and yours.
Well, that's the trouble. I suppose I can see it every which way, and I can't. To neuter them might simply be to destroy them if we're not careful with our phrasing. It might just be a prolonged death, in which case simply getting rid of them kinder. But I don't feel that is our place to do. I would rather ensure that we're protected against them. My
Defense
inclination
rather than attack.
is to, though I know it does mean potentially making them someone else's problem, potentially they can come back, however long, the bigger force or what have you. My inclination is to prevent them from turning anyone here. As for the second wish, well, I think we should fix the library.
Jembat looks a
clearly
bit
very
sheepish at that. Yeah.
to the Baru, or at least to some. It's the fruits of their culture that sort of set them apart so much from the rest of the world. And that, well, don't know that we're wanting to wish anything particularly grand for the second one, since we all are aware there can be costs to these wishes and dangers. So perhaps you may disagree. There may be some more worthy cause you could think of, but that's my inclination anyway.
The ultimate responsibility of the wishes we are struggling with. So maybe, again, simple might not be the right term, but maybe keeping it to something that simple will have the greatest effect, the greatest. Yes, I'm also biased when it comes to libraries, as we've discussed many times, but yes. Yes, I think restoring the library would be a good and simple wish without any repercussions.
Would
But
hope
it's
so.
still that first one that we're struggling with. Fleabite, the second wish, would you?
I think Fleabite might say, information stores of great import, but if ask every Baru how many would prefer rather something else, might salve insult injury to some, but many might prefer many other things. And then Fleabite would probably look down at where the ring came from, and then back to the illithid. In of ring could have housed soul, maybe of great knowledge that exceed entire library.
I had not considered that.
It's heavy, right?
Is kind of. I just think if you burn down like the Smithsonian and then told the Americans that like it's okay, we used cosmic power to fix that one building and all that it contained. There were a lot of people who would be grateful, but a lot of them would probably like, you had the cosmic power and you fixed the
You could have
library.
solved world hunger and you chose to
Yeah.
fix a library. Yeah.
Like, yes, well done for fixing a problem you kind of created, but there's kind of bigger problems.
It's not the worst point.
Fleabite the philosopher.
Yeah. Fleabite occasionally just is. It's more that that's a way to try and argue against your point to then make my point look better. I'm not saying that one is better than, or saying that one is actually better than the other. It's just
One's
way of
yours.
Fleabite. Yes.
One way Fleabite wins. What if you wished for Fleabite to be as big as the spaceship?
Or
But
the
again,
spaceship
that-
is small as Fleabite.
Mm.
But would we do that, or would we take the one of Anger's wishes, Dragon X?
Mm. Mhm.
Yeah.
More dragons, right?
I'm not sure we.
Yeah.
Dragon, fine. Not sure about dragons.
It went so well for the last people to probably wish for dragons.
Yeah, but yous aren't those people. You know
Sure.
that went badly. Not necessarily them wishing for dragons, you don't know that's what the wish was used for. But you definitely know them making dragons went badly. So yous making dragons couldn't possibly go badly if yous know that, right?
We wish for dragons to get rid of the illithid, and then wish for snakes to get rid of the dragons. And as we all know, in wintertime, the snakes will die out.
Is this like a Simpsons plot?
Oh,
Like-
Yes.
that's the beautiful thing. Okay. So, how about we
This is beginning to hurt my head, guys.
protect however large a number of people we think we can reasonably do from tadpoling, and then we maybe won't even use a wish. We maybe just give the fucking last gem to the dragon.
That's not the worst idea.
Because then it's just absorbing the power directly rather than us having to rely on the wish god not fucking us over.
Excuse me.
But, you know, we have alternatives for trying to, like, charge up Jimbo.
Yeah, there's more library.
More library.
That's exactly what I don't.
There's a lot of somewhat depowered illithid, but
I mean,
These 5 bodies. Gembite, are you hungry?
well, we kind of don't want Gembite to grow anymore down here.
okay.
Down here might get noticed. If that was the case, yeah. Yeah. It's rough, isn't it? Yeah.
So, my
Um,
wish then would be to protect us and our world from the threat of the illicit, whether now or if they ever return to this world.
It is very vague.
Yeah.
Threat is not a good word that I think we should be using. Like, if we're going down that line, I would be arguing something along make it that the illithid cannot reproduce in this world. That gives them a good incentive to leave on their own.
Or take people from this world.
True, but we don't know that they can't just find people in another world. And
Yeah.
But there are
everything
people-
that we
but there
know
are
is
people
that
here.
they can.
Why not just take people here, then just jump away?
Yeah. It might just be easier for them.
That still gives us time to fight here. we can work with that, even if that is.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying it's something to consider, right?
It feels a tangible way that's difficult to misinterpret.
Also, remember that you can, with Wish, you can technically replicate the effects of any other spell level 8 or lower, right? So that's nice. So I'm not saying that you always have this option as a party currently in the room. You could just say, well, we did our best here.
Anyone want to see what Skaven Blight looks like?
And you could just visit a new world, right?
I think we know enough to say no to that.
Hmm.
Okay. If I think we're reaching the analysis paralysis stage, as people often.
I don't know. I think we're coalescing around
Coalescing, are we?
the Fleabite, or mainly Alexander's argument against neutering them was that it's a half measure, but ultimately it's better than a non-measure.
Yeah, I agree.
And the moral implications of it is, Fleabite's not going to argue against causing them more suffering.
I think Fleabite not getting eaten means you have his vote. Right? So,
And Tadpole.
yeah.
Particularly.
I kind of summarised all danger to Fleabite as getting eaten.
Yeah.
And yeah, Tadpole, I know.
So,
You know what this episode's getting called, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
so with some form of stopping them from reproducing here, I think is something that we're all sort of aligning on.
Leaning towards, yeah.
Because it removes the moral implication away from Vanguard of just killing them all, and it protects Fleabite, so he's for it.
And narratively, it still leaves room for climactic fight.
Yeah, it means that we've still got stuff to do. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, remember, if you somehow keep your dragon, right, even if you wished for the illicit and the gift just to go away, right, that was your two wishes, you've got a fight with Richter, because you have a dragon. So there's there's
I don't wanna
always
fight with them
adventure.
for no reason.
Yeah. Just saying, there's routes to action everywhere. Like, for example, just going and carpet bombing Evershade and starting again.
I mean, that was his plan.
I spoke to Dylan
Okay.
about that, and he was like, "Yeah, I would like to have seen, Vargo or whatever his noble persona was called, just having a go at trying to rule Evershade." I was like, "Yeah, well, he wanted to give it to Richter, who said he'd burn it down and start again." So,
Yeah.
yeah,
And it was pretty clear the rest of us were not going to be running after.
yeah.
So, I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to.
This is what happens. You take 3 of the bodies off of their coffins, and you just retire. You just go into the alcoves yourselves.
I think I am going to.
But yet, that might be another option here. Awaken the 5.
I don't know how much good they would do this time.
But then it'd be their fault, I think, was Keldrat's angle.
Yeah, just give them the
last
one.
wish.
Like, we already did one, and it went real bad.
Well, I think I'm going to wish for us all to be. And you know what? Fuck it. I think I'm going to wish for everyone in Staccato to be immune to tadpoling, and then sit the ring down and say, okay, someone else deal with it. Basically. How's that for a plan?
It's hey, you need to commit to it. So you just let me know if you just tell me what Vanger says to the ring.
I mean, I'm just that this is
Are you still like
what
turning it
you
over in
call-
your hand? Is it sat on the dais
Yeah,
in the
probably.
middle? Yeah, okay.
It's probably still. I am. This is me doing the what you call it moment. The Humi thingy person, dude.
Exactly.
Narratively.
Sure.
This is me saying agency, player agency.
Player
right?
agency, okay. Player agency. Yeah.
Human moment. That's the
Yep,
same.
Yeah.
Human moment.
IRL. Timeout. Yeah.
Timmy out. I think that's what Vanger.
It works, and like if it means that Vanger's okay with Fleabite saying anytime someone gets killed by an illithid, this is on you, then we're good.
I think he can take it.
And it's only 1,000,000 triumph for a wish.
Even then, I have like a tenth of that.
Yeah.
So I also have a tenth of that. We
Okay.
just need another 8 people.
Yeah, by our curse confined.
Yeah. You know what?
Multiplied by 5.
I don't mind if he's confined individually, enough people in the one game for the wish to go to. Sure.
Quick, Siren, join.
Just for that 1 week. Oh dear.
Fuck it. Right.
Now, do you want to type
I
it
think
up
it is
in
worth.
the wish sheet, so you've got some wording to play with, rather
Okay.
than just so as people can see it written down.
Mhm.
That's part of the
And
agency moment. Yeah.
I think it is worth including staccato.
Yeah.
I think that is like if not.
You realise we're both going to be 9th level exhaustion for a year. And it's going to be equally as shit, if not more so, as it was last time. But I'm fucking doing it.
Yeah, the problem is if you're 9th, then I'm 12th.
Yeah. So.
And what does that leave 10th, right? We know Keldrath's 6th because he said it often enough. Yeah. I think what I'll do as well for people at home is I maybe just put wish back in chat. I feel like I'm going to sneeze at some point as well. Dump that on there. God, it's such a long piece of text.
It's not great. No, I'm going to change that slightly. From something like that. I'm not certain the phrasing because, like, if I say of this world, that maybe goes well. Dragons are technically made by what is Suderna, so I thought, like, well, maybe all beings from Staccato. Although that would mean they couldn't infest themselves, but that wouldn't really make sense anyway. So who cares?
All beings who know they're from no.
Yeah.
Let me have a read at this.
Would that imply that people who have a different name for it wouldn't be? We call it Grow.
Terra Scotia. Yeah. So, as soon as this wish is made, all beings of this world / from Staccato will be immune to conversion by illithid. Conversion by illithid's good. That's good wording.
Well, because yeah, like parasitism is maybe not exactly right for what they do. It certainly describes how they function, but like the specific.
But I like that it
process
also
I'm worried
implies
about.
that nobody will be swayed by them.
Hmm.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, It's a good bit of.
Yeah, so it just depends what way you think the wish will go. Yeah.
Would that include the Gith, though?
Mm.
Probably not.
Do you think the Gith are from Staccato?
No.
Then
Unless they're just really weird elves. Or orcs.
Orcs.
Or elf orcs.
aren't elf orcs goblins?
What do your elf orcs see?
Tolkien-wise, I mean, obviously. Yeah, exactly, Siren. What does happen to the people already infected? Mm.
Well, they're fucked anyway. I'm not too worried about it.
That's up to our host to decide on that one.
Host's a horribly
Mm-hmm.
good choice of words there.
Is of this world any better than in this world?
I wasn't sure, so that's why. I
Well, of this world would imply things of the world rather than in it. Whereas in the world would include things like the Gith if you don't think they're of this world.
It might include Fleabite, which is where.
Yeah.
Okay, that maybe
Um,
from is a bad wording for that reason.
Yeah.
And are we under the impression that the Illithid only infects humanoid creatures? So if there's a deer running down the park and they infect them, will that deer?
If the deer is from this world, according to that wording, it should cover them.
Well, that's what I mean. From rather than, yeah.
I think I would probably have heard from the Gith that they don't just infect humanoids, right? Or they wouldn't necessarily have said, "Oh, by the way, they only infect things that stand on two legs."
Yeah.
Like that.
I don't think you'd have got too much, right? Because
But I don't think I would have had reason to assume that they would only
they
target.
didn't go into detail about things like, xenomorph dogs or xenomorph
Yeah, so it
horses.
becomes-
Yeah.
The brain dogs.
Yeah, right. They never they wouldn't have. They would have only told you the snapshot horror stories they have.
So
Which-
it becomes a question of, if someone tells you these things infect people, do you assume that means and not people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't know that I would assume that.
I don't
but
think Vanger has knowledge either way. So it's just whatever you think Vanger believes. But you definitely
it
don't
does
know
not
for
feel...
definite.
Others may differ. I don't think it would be natural to assume they couldn't. Like, why would... Maybe they don't want to because it's suboptimal or something. Maybe it is like a xenomorph situation where the creature reflects the host. But I don't think that if someone told me this species, infects other people and converts them, I would necessarily assume that means, oh yeah, and they only do it to things that look similar to them and are also intelligent. Like, I don't see that being an assumption.
But
I would make.
I would say Alexander's
It's gonna
concern
take
still
pickups.
stands based on the wording, though.
I agree.
Mhm. That would sadly not include
Well, if we
Fleabite.
reworded it to something like this,
And Fleabite. Yeah.
Your point about the deer does make me think of that XCOM mission with the chrysalids coming out of the whale.
oh, that's gross.
Which
I didn't get very far in XCOM because I'm impatient.
I think I've finished the first one, but I've not gone to the second one yet.
Enjoyed the second one's pacing a lot more. I like both.
I tried to find a gift, but I could not.
Oh wait, shit! Less Than Jake are going to be playing,
Focus.
guys. Less Than Jake still exists.
Focus.
Is that better?
I'll let Alexander have a read at it first.
That certainly seems better.
I would say that there might be a flaw that I've already spotted having just written it.
Such as? Like
So-
if somebody was on a wee sojourn outside Staccato magically, and they'd turn up
Yeah, and
just
it's also
after.
like I already edited it like almost immediately to add made in, because I think if you put that, it's like as soon as this wish is made, I know it's repetitive and ugly, but all beings and spaghetto would be made immune. If without that made, it sounds like I am doing what we discussed earlier and just making it so that it doesn't work on this world, rather than it doesn't work to the people in this world.
It is
So I
very
think
much
you've gotta-
location-y based, isn't it?
You got to have something like made immune implies that it is a change to the creature. If someone makes you immune versus everyone in this area is immune.
Which means, in theory, your thinking here would be if someone came from somewhere else to Staccato, they would be made immune, and then if they left, it would retain that said.
The
made
idea
immunity.
if they're currently there, they will be immune. Is how I'm reading that, and how I'm hoping the spell will read
Yeah,
itself.
because I mean,
We're turning Staccato into Babylon 5, aren't we?
yeah, the
A
last
safe-
best
a
hope.
safe
Yeah.
haven for-
As long as it's not Babylon 4, we're okay.
What I think one thing I might now say is, what if instead of as soon as this wish is made, from when this wish is made, so that anything else did come to this world, they would then be covered by it, not just everything in the world right now.
Okay.
But do you want that to be a multiversal advertisement for why people should come here?
Would they know, and have they heard of the Illithid?
Well, we
so it
could be
doesn't
like
matter.
a shining,
Like a sanctuary
what was
planet,
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
What's the phrase? Golden city in a hill, right?
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
I was. That was from Reagan.
It's okay. If Reagan wants to be immune to Illithids too, I'm sure he'd agree.
Golden city in a hill was Reagan, wasn't it? Oh, it's a biblical reference. Reagan did famously use it, but it is a biblical. It's from the Sermon on the Mount. There you go. Anyway,
Focus.
what do you mean focused? Anyway, that was tangentially relevant.
It was pseudo-relevant. I'll give you that.
My brain is very focused, and
It's the most
it's
focused.
focused on the task at hand, which is this wish. Which, if we are happy with it,
I think we're not, right? Wasn't there an edit suggested just moments ago?
yes, there was. Sorry, yeah, I thought I honestly thought I honestly thought that it, sorry. After or once or something like that. After this wish is
My
made?
thought was from when this wish was
From
made.
when
Where can I read this?
In
on the wishes page.
yeah, so
to the
see
right.
next to the goals tab, there's another
Yeah,
tab.
yeah, no, I'm on that. I can't see it.
So scroll over to the right.
Like the next tab, not in the goals.
No, I'm on wishes here, yeah.
Yep, so scroll over to the right.
All right, okay, so there we go. First wish and second wish. Got you. Got
Yep.
you.
Oh god. So much for focusing.
You know, I hadn't done that one in a while. Okay, right?
Do you think it's worse having two than just one? Wish-wise?
Yes, definitely.
No,
No,
no. Because I think Fleabite's spot on with his second wish. We want all those weapons back that are in the cavern.
okay.
Like literally, Fleabite and Alexander, I could go without the weapons, even if the ring didn't do any of the other stuff. It's just that the soul within is what.
The one thing I would say is that is exactly the sort of thing that wishes description sort of tells you to be careful of, because if you say make it so that the weapons are back, it might just like reverse time so that you never made the wish.
Yeah, I think we had that conversation last time.
Yeah.
Well, that's because it reversed time, and so I don't know that we had that.
Luckily, because Fleabite's immune to reality changes, apparently.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's extra universe. Yeah.
Oh,
Open
dear.
the box and let us retrieve the weapons.
Crack open the dais, yeah.
Yeah.
hold Fleabag back from crawling into like the spaces.
Yeah,
one of the
assuming that's
shared
still
spaces.
possible. I mean, they might simply no longer exist.
Mhm.
And so I think that is worth another several weeks of conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and probably a few goals, right?
For the moment, I think we are on to something with this. It's a somewhat compromise, but I think that this one achieves.
Right. So, in what
Enough
way is
that
it a
we need-
compromise in your eyes?
The Gith are still the Illithid are still here, and they're still a threat.
Bitches ain't dead, is what he's trying to say.
They could still come over and beat us to death with their tentacles.
And like their psionic abilities. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had the opportunity to just
And their
control
spaceships.
Z them from existence.
Yeah.
Just. Oh. Can Zig get Wish?
Yes.
That's,
Do you-
that's so bad.
Do you want that?
No, I don't. I don't want that at all. Actually, I do. That would be amazing.
Like he needs it. Like
Part of me would just enjoy watching Callum kind of. explode.
That's yeah.
Callum would melt.
Not only should no one man have all that power, but specifically that one man shouldn't have all that power.
Callum, if you're ever watching, you're precious and don't listen to them.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Callum.
Oh dear. Right, so we've got from when this wish is made, all beings in Staccato will be made immune to conversion by the Illithid. You would honestly hate yourself if you just turned up from a wee like plane shift elsewhere for the day and was like, hey everybody, I'm back for the everybody's immune to this. Oh my god, no, I'm being eaten.
My main thought is we do have old Antonia Starling, who likely is dead, likely will never actually make an appearance. But there's also a chance that she's stuck somewhere on another plane and does come back.
Yeah.
Like,
And we don't want them to come back specifically for her.
What was your thinking there? Like, is there more to that, Alex?
have I come across anything?
I'm just asking.
Am I close?
I'm just asking. Like, it's an interesting thought, right? Like, we know she was studying portals, and Von Rune
Yeah.
told her, like, that's dangerous.
Yeah,
Like, what
I
happened?
that I would suspect kind of Chekhov's Starling, and I think I have to retire that. I've used that too many times in the last few weeks.
Just between me and you in conversations, at least, yes.
But the fact that she disappeared, like, I'm pretty sure there wasn't a body, and if there was not a body,
And there was very much not much of university left. Yeah.
So there's a good chance that she is somewhere out there, and likely, given the chronology, she is possibly even somewhere that the Gith or the Illithid know, but that is somewhat conjecture.
American Tail. Sorry.
Yeah, she might in fact
I'm
be
mind drifted.
out there somewhere in the sea of planes, or wherever, the beyond Staccato. She might be somewhere. You're correct. And as Von Rune did say, her accident happened. Obviously, we know, Alexander, wink, you appeared in the same moment. And then, beyond that, a year later, guess everybody? And a year after that, Illithid. So yeah.
So it would just, feel a shame if her or anything like her came back, because there's a chance that they do. And this way, I don't feel like we're losing anything by including them. Yes, that's the right tense. Including them. For some reason, including seems to make more sense.
Including, yeah. Inclusioning.
Upon making for them an inclusion.
Yes.
Yes. Like,
For them, an inclusion.
we don't lose anything, so why not?
Yeah.
Unless this is some monkey's paw that we're about to find.
Aren't we long since past that worry? Like, yes, I kind of said to hang with the consequences ultimately, right? Like, the power shouldn't be just given away. So
That's why, 2 burgers at the same time wasn't just deleted instantly.
that's because nobody could be bothered.
What does it even mean?
Like,
Like just having 2 burgers simultaneously, or like specifically eating them simultaneously, or
Or is it like
that's the magic.
is it a curse where you just always have 2 burgers at the same time, regardless of what you want in your hands?
I remember distinctly. This is I'm gonna say it anyway. I was in like registration or whatever class in like 3rd year at school, and one of my friends playing with his keys because he's bored, and it was Reggie, and he turns and looks at me with this fucking idiot smile, and he did have a tendency to do that. He's not an idiot. He's just a bit daft, but he has like he can look pretty fucking gormless at times, and he just gave me this dumb looking smile and said, 2 same, 1 different. And I said, what? It's like, my keys. And I looked at him and was like, Daryl, those are 3 completely fucking different keys. And that stuck with me ever since. Because to this day, I don't know why the fuck he thought that was a thing worth saying, or that it was funny. It's just so weird.
And you keep it alive to this day. It's
I
some
don't
of the things
because
that
I still think about it sometimes. Because he
it's
just
good.
looked at me and
It's-
smiled and went, "Who same, 1 different?"
it's those moments that burn like their way into your your permanent memory.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is I've forgotten so much of my life. I remember that. For fuck's sake.
It lives rent free.
Oh, anyway.
Yes. So, my one concern as a player for this wish would be that if people leave Staccato, it wouldn't affect them.
Well, that's sort of why I phrased it as
Immune.
from, right? Become immune, right? Because the
I
implication.
mean, it doesn't say become
they're-
immune. It says all beings in Staccato will be made immune to conversion by the Illithid.
Yeah.
Which implies
But
if there is
made
a being
immune.
outside of... Yeah. Interesting. Right. It's one of these horribly vague issues when people have to rely on interpretations. Sadly.
That's I don't know how I can make it clearer then.
It's okay. It's maybe just part of the risk, unless Alexander has a miracle
Well,
phrase.
Just instead of be made immune, become immune.
Yeah. Be permanently immune.
The thing is, with it is being
Well, they
made
need a
immune. Does that turn us all into tadpoles?
Well, the worrying thing is, right? You know the wish caution in the text is path of least resistance is what the wish will aim for.
Yeah.
So dead things can't be turned into Illithid.
Is killing
Are you
everyone
sure?
easier?
I'm not saying that it's easier, I'm just saying it's an interpretation, right?
So you have a book of 24. You're going to roll one of them, and that's what's going to happen to us.
No. I have given you guys 2 wishes to come up with something to help you guys in the game, right?
I have made another slight change.
Okay. Tell us read it to us.
Okay, so from when this wish is made, from when this wish is made, all beings in Staccato will become permanently immune to conversion by the Illithid, but otherwise be unchanged. And I missed out the B. I don't know if that's going to fly with wish, or if it would just ignore that last bit, but I'm going to put it in and hope.
Hey, it's it's like may as well was it they say aim for the stars, and if you hit the moon on the way, that's fine.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
aim for the stars, and sometimes you hit London, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just about to make that joke.
Oh dear, that's terrible.
Sorry.
Okay, so are you going to say the wish, Vanger, or is there more discussion?
I'm going to
about
fucking
it?
say it unless anyone's going to stop me.
I'm
So-
glad somebody's taking responsibility.
Me too. Oh wait. So Vanger clasps it in his
All right, can I
hand.
just have it on the recording though? So Caladrath, you have no Nothing to say, so forever hold your peace if you have nothing to say here. Please.
I have nothing to say here. This
Okay.
seems like the best of, without actually eliminating the Illithid off the face of the planet, the world, the universe. This seems the best option for us for
Okay.
this planet.
Fleabite.
I think similarly. I don't necessarily think that eliminating from the universe is the worst idea, but I think this is a good next step, and Fleabite can then hold that over Vanguard for eternity. Yes.
Okay. I accept it.
Okay.
Okay.
And Vanger.
Fuck it, we're doing it live. Yeah, class his hand around it, sort of.
Not going to put it on? No?
You think you should put? You think? Does he need to put it on for it to work?
I think you should for dramatic effect, right? It needs to go on the finger, right?
He's asking you which finger do you mind losing.
Okay. His ring finger.
Of course.
On his right hand. Just puts it on, kind of a hint of reluctance.
On your right hand.
Mm-hmm.
The one that you use mostly, assuming you're
Yep.
right-handed. Okay.
Yes, but that's why he's putting it there, right? Because intuitively, that's just where you would think to put it. And he will sort of clench his fist a bit, like just sort of flex it a few times, look at it, sigh, and then closing his eyes, will say, "From when this wish is made, all beings in staccato will become permanently immune to conversion by the Illithid, but otherwise be unchanged," he says, with a hint of defiance at the end. And, you know,
Yep.
sort of almost like shaking his hand as if to say, "Don't you?" And then he opens his eyes and looks around as if expecting something horrible to have happened.
So, as the last word is uttered, Vanger,
Okay.
I have you saying unchanged. And we go to break! So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Obviously.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I brought that in myself.
See everybody in 10 minutes. BRBs. Okay, should be us live again. Hopefully the audio is good. Here's hoping.
Yeah, I think so.
Can you hear players? Because nobody spoke. Yes.
Yeah, I can hear myself.
Okay, cool. I'll take your word for it. So, welcome back to the Invasion session 81, part 2. It is the 16th of February 2022. I'm Ryan, the GM, and here are the players. Am I quiet? Really? I don't think so.
Are you? You don't sound it to us.
According to
Or at least
Siren.
not to me.
I do not know. Hello, 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 hello.
Quiet, but not like inaudible. And I just turned myself up, so
Ah.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I think you're fine.
thank you. At least somebody does.
Yeah.
But yes, here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, who's still kind of terrible at everything.
Welcome back to the second phase of the Wish. I'm Chris, and I'll be Keldrath, the Dragonborn monk.
And a good evening from me, Colin, who will be playing Vanguard, the Dwarven Cleric Druid.
Yes, let's just disband it off, shall we? So, as you utter the last word, and your eyes dart to the cradle on your finger, the ring itself, you are struck with immense pain, Vanger.
I would expect. Yep.
Yeah. And since you are not replicating a different spell, we can only assume the spell level that we are replicating would be 9 based on Wish's level. So step 1, I need you to roll 9d10.
It's one of my favourite things to roll.
Okay. And this is the amount of necrotic damage that's going to course through your body.
This is going to suck.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's not great. It's 52. It could be worse.
It could have been much worse.
You don't have any resistance to necrotic?
It wouldn't matter.
Oh, you're right.
Also, no, I don't.
Also, thank you, Siren. You're lovely. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Yay. But yes, sadly, it does say it cannot be prevented or reduced in any way. So, yeah.
Which I don't mind at all, but I think it's weird that it's so random if it can't be, like...
Yeah, it is. I think it's because, obviously, if you're asking for very little, it's to kind of, like, to account for the fact that the repercussion shouldn't always just annihilate somebody.
Yeah.
But, we'll see. But that was like when I was looking at it, see, because it says after enduring that stress each time you cast a spell, blah, 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 blah. In fact, no, sorry, you're good. You're good. You actually don't take them. Oh, you do. I think you should still take that, I'll be honest, because you did just cast a crazy fucking OP spell. But keep in mind that this stage is after enduring that stress each time you cast a spell until you finish a long rest. You'll take 9d10 necrotic per level of the spell. Okay?
Okay.
But I'm going to add in that you're also taking it from this one, because I think that's dramatic, to be honest. But it doesn't say that, but it's dramatic. Where else are we? So you also then need to put your strength. So take a note of your strength score somewhere in your bio. What it is now.
I'm just going to put it in additional features and traits.
Sure. Wherever you think you'll remember it lives. Because
my strength is +1.
No, the score. It needs to be the score.
It's 12.
Okay, so write that in somewhere. I'm taking out that because it's now 3.
Oh wow, that's
so, yeah. So change that on your sheet to 3. Yeah.
Magnus 4 strength.
It's pretty bad. Okay. Now can you roll 2d4?
I can.
And this is the number of days. Okay.
4.
So it's going to take 4 days for that to recover. Okay. It does say.
Thankfully, I can shapeshift.
It does say here, for each of those days that you spend resting and doing nothing more than light activity, your remaining recovery time decreases by 2 days. So it's pretty easy to get rid of, right? That part.
Yeah, so it's not really 4 days if it's 2 days at a time for each. Yeah.
Finally, there is a 33% chance that you are unable to cast Wish ever again. So do you want to roll me a D100?
And if it's below 33.333333,
No, basically if it's 33 or under.
Okay. 33 or under.
Yep, you can never cast Wish again.
I felt somehow like that would happen.
It's rolling, right? It can happen.
I think Vanger's probably fallen to his knees.
You actually probably can't hold yourself up anymore. So yes.
So I think what you'll do is
feel free to describe the scene as much as you wish, with as much of the special effects budget as you want for every day. For the other two to witness
I
that.
tend to like more understated spell effects usually, and I think that's the case here as well because it's not like I'm getting hit by a spell; it's just the cost of a really nasty spell. So it's probably not visible what's happening to Vanger. He's probably just obviously racked with pain. And sort of, I don't imagine quite doing that. But he's, he'll tumble to his knees, and like hand out in front of him, obviously shaking with a mixture of sort of trying to hold his nerve against the pain of the spell and just being involuntarily shaken by it.
And like we've got you with your shaken visage on the kind of stone floor of this place with your hand out, and we see the camera focusing on the jewel as one of the lights fade.
And he's probably not, I don't imagine Vanger's going to do this with particularly a great amount of grace. He's probably like, ah! And panting afterwards. Probably looking bleary-eyed and confused, visibly pain-stricken. Yeah. And I think
as this happens, I'm going to make this particular character do a... Where are we here? It's going to do a wee dex saving throw for Gembite.
Okay. I'm curious.
Yeah, so as you fall over, you land on its wing. It's outstretched to try and cushion your fall.
Luckily, he doesn't have far to fall.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're just Fleabite. Vanger is taller than Fleabite.
Yeah.
And Fleabite's still standing, so look who's laughing now.
Yeah. That's rough, buddy, though. That's... Do the other two? What do you do, guys? What's the reactions of both Keldrath and...
I think very quickly after having, immediately after he sort of regains some composure, he'll literally just tear off the ring and toss it in front of himself and then just kind of collapse. Into Dragon Wing, as it happens.
Yeah, kind of clinks across the ground.
I'm going to ignore the ring and rush over to Vanger to...
Yeah, he might not think he looks as bad as he does, but, I mean, that's immediately going from fine to bloodied. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Yeah. So he's at least blooded, and he looks somewhat withered. Probably more so than he did normally.
Yeah, he's thin for a dwarf.
But he probably feels very fragile in your hands if you go over to help him, right? Way more than you would have expected him to have seen, considering what you've seen Vanger go up against. This would deeply concern you, Keldrath, just looking at him now.
Yeah, definitely. So at the present time,
And to give you an idea, that something with like an intelligence of like, I think 3 or lower can understand language.
Yeah.
To give you an idea of what strength 3 or lower compares to. So yeah.
Although I have some problems with that.
I'm not sure I
Oh,
need
yeah.
to be called out like that.
Yeah.
It's a very, very mammal normative view of language. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a greatly designed system. I'm just saying
No.
it is the system.
Elephants can jump better than basically any animal, so it's not great.
So, Caladreth, what are you doing while you're over it?
I think I would turn to Fleabite and ask, Fleabite, come and help. He seems very, very hurt. The ring has taken a lot out of him.
Fleabite's just staring at the ring.
Fleabite, set up a fire. We'll get some food going. See if it'll return his strength. Fleabite.
There probably is like, oh, someone's talking,
Mm-hmm.
and Fleabite will look over and move toward. Why do I not know my spells better? Fleabite will start moving towards Vanger.
Okay.
While
Okay.
We know where this is going.
I was just like, just wasn't sure how much needed to be like shown for it, but yeah, just like mage hand and pick up the ring.
Fleabite really wants something that hurts people that badly. Yeah.
Well, is Fleabite holding it? This is the hazmat suit, sort of.
Well, yeah, you are permanently cloaked in a magical. So
Exactly.
you're fine, I'm sure.
So I think Fleabite will just probably mage hand put it back onto like the dais.
Okay.
And look over and sort of wonder, is fire going to help?
Probably not, but hey.
I'm going to prepare a camp. Try and.
Mm-hmm. The issue is we could stay here pretty much indefinitely if Vanger could cast spells, which he can't.
It can, it'll just hurt.
But the taking the days to reduce the days. If he cast a spell, then he wouldn't have the days taken away. Is that correct?
Yeah, if it's doing more than light activity.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And casting a spell is more than light activity.
So it would hurt, and it would make it take an extra 2 days.
But for him to not be hurt by casting spells, he needs a long rest. That gets rid of that problem.
Okay, right.
So they're separate things. So
I see.
4 days is strength 3.
Mm-hmm.
Resting, basically a day, reduces it by 2 days, which is really nice. So realistically, in 3 days, you're sorted, right? But yeah, for the spells thing, a long rest will fix that.
Which is something.
It's alright, yeah, it's not the worst. It's horrendous if you need to do stuff after, if you were in dire peril now, then yeah, it would be bad. But
Also, don't hate the concept of having a camp for 3 days on a very selfish level.
yeah,
It's probably going to help at least both of you with me on watch, isn't it? So, I mean...
Camping in this.
Vanguard, I know it's going to hurt, but can you make us some food? Ow!
And it'll make it hurt for longer. I
Just checking what rations I've still got.
Well, yeah, that's my point. That I don't think we do have the food to last here unless
I've still
Vanger
got-
makes good brews.
2 rations left.
You can
I don't know whether that's
dragon.
accurate or not, but...
Theoretically. We can now eat from the kitchen.
That's such a good point. Yes.
That'd be a good way to flex on them, wouldn't it?
Oh.
Oh, is this tadpole a delicacy?
Crunch.
But
It was my son.
the strange thing is, how do we test that?
Well,
Anyway, never mind.
Yeah,
Back to getting the banger healed. This can be for chatting while we're getting a camp set up. Can we assume I've got 2 rations left if I've left this here, or are we going to say we've got none?
No, I don't have an issue with you having 2 left. Yeah.
I think I have the one from the bin.
You do, sadly.
Like,
It is like a day old, though. But yeah.
yeah, bag of food with goodberries, which I think was the bin one. And obviously, goodberries won't still have their effect, but they're still, food.
I mean, I think by definition they're not food now.
They're not magic food. If you had like 1,000 goodberries, wouldn't they like give you something?
how many calories are in a good
So yeah, I think the fact that goodberries count as magical ways of sustaining yourself, when they lose that magic, you don't then get to count them as normal ways. Otherwise, the fact that they run out of their potency is pointless. So there is my position there.
Well,
Basically,
okay,
when they fade, the berries disappear. I'm just gonna say that.
okay, I am willing to take that, but that does contradict something we had done before. Like, we did say the opposite of that.
We did, but I need to just hammer home how much that these are magical ways of sustaining yourself for the day, not normal also. So when they run out of the potency, you can't then also use them as food. Right?
But isn't the magic the fact that this tiny berry is able to sustain a full-grown man for a day?
Let's just read it. Can I pop it in chat for us, Banger? It won't cost you a D10, don't worry.
I will pop it in chat just as soon as I can manage to successfully double-click a box. Goodberry.
There we go. Right. So it does say that up to 10 berries appear in your hand and are infused with magic for the duration. A creature can use its action to eat a berry, gives you a hit point, and ironically, you could maybe actually out-heal with your 1d10 necrotic here. And the berry provide enough nourishment to sustain you for 1 day. They lose their potency if they have not been consumed within 24 hours of casting the spell. So it doesn't say that they disappear, right? But a berry, or even just 10 berries?
Yeah, no, I absolutely I'm on board with that. Like, would they have any benefit as like that? No. Could you use it as like bait for fishing? Maybe.
Yeah, like I think I'd meet you halfway there, right? I think especially if it was a tiny person, you know, like a tiny person, like a pixie, you know, maybe they could still get by on the berry.
Yeah, does like Keldrath's ration for a day? Does that last longer for creatures small?
For creatures small.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I think Fleablight. Fleablight will take out his cushion and let Vanger like sit on it. With suspicion, make sure get that back eventually.
Remember, you'll have to move Anger. He won't really have the strength to move himself.
I'll put it under his head, then maybe.
Just to overhead first. No, wait, no.
He's probably just grumbling vaguely. And trying to convey. You know what? It would be funny, Ryan. I see if you agree. Is you are what we refer to as the game master. I think he would like try and convey, help me get this crap off my back, because he's probably got his shooting and mace in his back, and Warhammer rather.
Sure.
But I don't think he's really fully able to enunciate the words right now.
Sure.
So could they run like run? Could they
Roll.
roll what percept? No, it wouldn't be perception.
The
Insight.
insight, yeah. They are well control insight. What do you think the DC is on this one, and how difficult do you think Vanger is able to
He's-
communicate?
I mean, he's just gone to like 3 strength from 12.
Like, are we 15? Are we DC
Um,
15, do you think? Yeah, that's
Oh.
quite difficult.
Isn't your carry weight like 15 times your strength?
It is, but you also need to be able to have, like, you know, a baseline strength, right?
Yeah.
That's where the numbers
Okay.
get a bit skewed.
I am over encumbered. I can just tell you that.
Yes.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
it would imply you have like 50 kilos of.
But, like, put it this way, if Vanger was stuck on 3 strength, and then, like, he could wear normal clothes and wander around under his own power when he was fit and healthy, right? Rather than just absolutely fucked by a wish immediate response, right? Like, it wouldn't be like he couldn't move within his own power when he's healthy again, had he always had 3 strength. Because you can roll that on, you know, generation for stats. As awful as that would be.
Oh. Is
Yeah.
that how like roll stats work? Jeez.
Oh, remember, you roll 3d6, or sometimes you roll 4d6 and drop one of them, which means they could all be
Interestingly,
ones.
there's like an inverse relationship between how good the stats you roll are and how many people are looking at them.
Mm-hmm. Not to mention how many times you click the button roll stats. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
yep, mhm.
Weirdly, I don't know where
Mhm.
this relationship comes from or like what the direction of causality is, but there does seem to be something there.
The way I always see it is how many characters did you drown in creation to get to the one
Yeah.
you liked? Yes.
Viva la point by.
But yeah, what do you think?
I
Are we 15?
imagine-
Yeah, we DC 15 for them to try and incite this out, or do you think it's easier than that?
I think it's probably somewhat challenging. So maybe 15 is a little high, but easily a 12.
Yeah, well, we can make it 12. Right. So I just want to try and insight what Vanger's trying to convey to you both.
Easy.
Yeah, no.
I mean, 22 is pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Maybe he sort of gestures vaguely towards his back.
And then, like, by the time you look back at Keldrath, he's already like unbuckling like your fucking backpack. And all your stuff.
Just for curiosity.
Says.
Yep.
He might look on in horror. And
Doesn't give a shit.
What is Fleadout's
Just patch your
interpretation?
back.
I wouldn't be shocked if he just decided, "Oh, you want me to look through your back?"
I kind of already have a hammer, but okay, I'll take another one.
Just slowly sliding his feet into the bag of holding. Carry him
So
like
yeah, I'll move
Yoda.
over. And as you say, I'm undoing the straps. I'm moving his everything out the way. Anything that's encumbering him. If he's got armor on, I'll release that and sit it beside him. Looking at Fleabite, sitting it beside him at the opposite side from where Fleabite is. Just making sure that he knows it's at the opposite side from where Fleabite is.
Fleabite will take out his wet blanket and also put it over him.
No, we do need that fire.
I forget why it's wet, but that is how it's described in my.
I don't want to know, actually, at this stage. Right? I'm just... I'm that far past knowing why it's wet. It's fine to just know it is wet. Oh dear.
Sadly, Fleabite had to leave behind his stuff for making a fire. And not stuff for making fires, his stuff to be used as a fire.
You got 5 bodies here.
I think there's at least a couple of them that won't burn.
Or the air one will burn really well.
Backdraft situation though. I mean,
How did Fleabite never try that on a dare?
right? I mean, you also have a dragon. Like, right?
But we don't know what his capabilities are. And
Mm.
if he fires a fireball into the room, I'm not asking him that one.
This room would not be good if somebody put a fireball in it, by the way. It's small enough that a fireball would be bad news for everybody. I think that had a 20-foot radius. That is. So yeah. Oofed.
So yeah, if you've got anything that we can burn.
The only thing I've really got is a torch. So if I broke up a torch and used my tinderbox to try and get a small fire going,
I'd say if you broke
I do
two.
have 9 torches.
I was going to say, if you put two up, you could break them up into a pile, right, and get a fire going from two, I would say, easily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's kind of built in with its own fuel, really, so yeah.
I'll take that down to 7 then.
Yep.
Like, we did come from broken shelves in the library, like where we broke through the wall.
Yep.
So I guess that's a potential.
Gonna squeeze by Gem by his ass that's in the door, and then you could head up and grab some shelving. Yeah.
Should we do that now, or should we contemplate next wish? Because I don't know. Is it better to have 2 people?
We don't have 2 people. You're still encumbered as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah.
Are we better off just stacking all the all the debuffs and then trying to heal them all at once, or are we better healing one person back up and then going for the next one?
It's just more time to get discovered, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ultimately.
Yeah.
Are we going to use the second wish in here? No. We'll do another wish discussion just yet.
If we don't use it, that just gives opportunity for it to be used against us.
I would like to, once we get Vanger settled, we get some food on the go. So this is going to take me an hour to do this. I will prepare some food and get everything going. I'm going to investigate the dais because I would like to suggest putting the ring back where we got it and not using the last wish and hope it will give us back the weapons rather than wishing for anything.
I think we can guarantee we won't get the weapons back. Like, it was quite clear, to gain our greatest works, you must sacrifice our greatest treasures.
Yeah, okay.
Now, using a wish to potentially, I think there is room in that. It would need to be discussed, but I think there's no non-magical way we're going to get those back.
Fair enough.
That's not to say that it's not worth having a good look around the room more.
Just use the ring's wish to go to an alternate universe where you haven't decided yet, and just kill those versions of yourselves.
That is literally the plot of a Warhammer story about Orc. Goes back in time, kills himself so that he can get 2 of his favorite gun.
That checks out. Yep. So this is plot of, like, so many other things, though. Like, there are so many things that's the plot of.
Right, so while we're talking about this, I'm going to roll... You can prepare enough of this food for a number of creatures equal to 4 plus your proficiency bonus, so I don't really need to roll anything.
You don't need to roll at all, no. Plus...
the only thing I do need to do is roll a d8 to see what healing it gives us back.
So, the way that works is, at the end of a short rest, any creature who eats the food and spends 1 or more hit dice regains the extra d8. Right? So, that would involve people spending hit dice. Of which only one person really needs to currently.
Yeah.
So, is Fleabag going to go get some more wood, or are you staying?
Yeah, it's probably worth doing at the moment. Just if we're about to possibly lose another person to lethargy, then don't want to be leaving them on their own at that point. So maybe it would have been a good idea to do before any of us were this bad, but in hindsight, is 20 out of 30. Whatever they say.
I mean, it's done now.
Fleabite will squeeze past.
Unless Fleabite uses the wish to undo what Vanguard did. You know.
Undo his condition.
Sirens
Undo what he did.
add all the food and give to the baby.
We tried to give the baby real food, and it didn't seem to be bothered. It needs magic.
Did you though, really, Fleabite?
I don't know. The royal we. So we just need to poke Vanger until he just keeps making good breeze, because I think that worked. How many can you make in your current health before you die?
How many is he allowed to eat to fix the problem of casting it? Because he can heal the damage it would do by eating them.
As long as he doesn't roll 10.
No, because he could heal that. Because he would make 10.
Yeah, and then he might as well not done it.
But he did. Because then if he rolls again, and it's less than 10 damage he takes, he doesn't need to eat all 10 that time. What's the chances he's going to roll 10s every single time? It'd be worse if you had to roll a d10 of good breeze. That'd be worse.
Mhm.
God, I can feel 6th edition writing that down already.
Write that down, write that down!
Oh, dear.
Yes, we'll squeeze past Gembite to see if we can find some.
Yeah, and like Gembite, the kind of like his head kind of like cranes and follows you, but obviously doesn't move to like disturb Vanger. Just kind of like almost gives you like a longing look. As you squeeze past its ass, and then you head up the corridor. I assume we're just grabbing wood and coming back. Are you grabbing any of the scattered crystals that are on the floor?
Nah. We know that. Does it? I take it. It looks like it's being undisturbed, or is that something you'd like me to roll to check?
Don't know.
I think Fleabite would like to try and assess whether anyone has been through here.
So remember, you've got like say a half-hour walk up towards the hole in the wall. That's significantly bigger because of Gembite. I assumed you were just going to stand there and pick up all the wood that came through with Gembite. But if you want to go back through and actually suss out the library, it's probably going to be like insight or investigation, depending on your approach to that situation.
I think.
But the place is a mess, though.
Yeah, it's just like, is it the same mess that we left, or is it any worse? But now that I remember the condition that Fleabite's in, that would probably take time and not learn.
And also, Fleabite went through before Gembite wrecked it further. So it probably does look different to how Fleabite remembers anyway. So it'd be a roll, but it'd be a very difficult roll.
Then I think
Yeah.
look into the room like, mess. Good. Pick up some wood.
Okay, and you plod back. Okay, Keldrath, you've pretty much by the time Fleabite comes back with more fuel for the fire, yeah, you've had your hour to prepare the food. You're gonna help Vanguard eat, I assume.
Of course, yeah. I'll feed the baby as Siren had put it.
Yep.
Wrong baby, but yeah, I'll feed him.
And then
No.
I mean, could Vanguard have just taken a short rest in that time?
that is what he's taken in that time. Since he has done nothing in that time, I'm assuming Vanguard. Yeah.
No, he's lying down, gently mumbling.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of drool.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He feels a little bit stronger. He might even take off his armor.
I think you were de-armored by Keldrath, yeah.
Was
yeah,
it
yeah.
de-armored as well? Okay.
Yeah, like you're pretty much just in your.
It's annoying that I can't see, like, so long as I have it on my equipment, it's counting it as part of my capacity.
Yeah, no,
And I
that
don't
bugs
wanna
me as
take it
well.
off.
That bugs me as well. Don't worry about that just now. I can deal with all that shit because it's the same as there's no convenient place for like a bag of holding to go on like a character sheet either. There should be like a toggle for bag of holding for these things, if you ask me. So it just negates the.
That would actually be a good idea because so many parties will have at least one person with it.
And the fact that artificers can make them Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
It's literally a class feature.
It should just be a part of the sheet now. So yeah, anyway. Or maybe campaign should just say give people a bag of holding for the sake of ignoring half of the boring fucking rules. But anyway, so Vanger, let's discuss your short rest, shall we?
Okay.
So you get any wild shapes back that you expended?
On a short rest, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's about everything that I'd expended, isn't it? So
I think so. It's also everything I think you get back in a short rest.
Eyes of the Grave, I think, is a long, isn't it?
I don't know, you've got the ability. Pop it in
Let me
chat and we'll
check.
find out.
Long rest for Eyes of the Grave. Yeah.
So let's start. So hit dice number 1. So I'm assuming you're going to start spending some of these.
I am, and I'm probably going to spend more than one. I'll be honest with you.
It's okay, you only do them one at a time though, remember? And you're getting an extra d8 on the first one.
Oh, and an extra D8. Let me roll an extra
From
D8
the food.
old-fashioned.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's 13
So-
straight away.
13.
And then that's 1 HD. Okay. Spending another.
Sorry, plus is my mute button.
That's okay.
4, I'm going to spend another on top of that, I think.
Yeah, like, I'm not going to house roll this, but I feel like if you're bloodied, you should try and hit dice yourself out of being bloodied, right?
I think that makes sense.
I'm not going to house roll that for people, but I think that's what you should aim for realistically in terms
Another
of
13.
characters. Okay.
And that takes me up over the point of being bloody. So I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, you can sit there if you want and wait for your long rest if need be.
Yeah.
Probably speak a lot better now as well.
That thing. I
I think Gembite just licks you.
don't think. He's just shaking his head at this
Yeah.
point. Someone can do more. If we should use. We shouldn't leave it about with all that. Someone should use the thingy. Just nods to himself.
I'm not gonna play devil's advocate here, but maybe if you make someone use that, then you pounce on them as a party.
I mean, that's a great idea, but they would have to wish for something insane like I did. And then they'd have to roll badly.
Mm.
Or well, rather, I
Yeah.
suppose, because you're rolling high.
Yeah.
So it's very...
If it was a spellcaster, like a particular person in this world, then that'd hurt.
Yeah, but what would they wish for?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Hi, sometimes you gotta pay a cost, right, to get an upper hand.
You must pay the piper. Or the ferryman. That's also
Yeah,
an option.
mhm.
Wasn't that an episode of... Wasn't that an episode of our Monday show?
It basically was, yeah. The Charon.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was. It was the name of Stephen's ship. The Charon.
Which was a good... It was a good...
Solid. It was very good for smuggling you guys onto a dead planet. So, what we just like to do now that you have done at least an hour of downtime, Langer's at least a bit more self-reliant. Again, still strength 3, which means the stuff probably needs to be carried by somebody else, but
yeah,
he can probably walk on his own. Yeah.
I think we'll stay here. We'll rest here, and then I'll look at the ring on the dais, and I'll do we risk a second wish?
If I pause you there, mechanically speaking, do you want to make your downtime longer, or do you want to compound it now? Right?
That's exactly what I'm getting at.
Also, good night, Siren. Sleep well.
Good night.
Thanks, Siren.
And yes, her wish is that we all get to the end of the session without doing any death saves.
That's the thing, though. That again, I don't in game know the damage that Vanguard just took, but looking at that damage and what potentially it could do to me,
Yeah.
I have big fear.
Thing is, it could have zeroed any of you out.
Mm-hmm. It's possible that you only take 10 damage.
Of course it is.
Is Fleetwood volunteering?
9d10, possibly only take 9. You know,
Mhm.
it's
That's true.
get
yep.
one, everything. It could be perfect.
I think as well, the interesting is none of your classes culminate in the wish spell either.
Mhm.
So it's not like you're sacrificing a class feature.
Yeah.
Which is also nice.
And we're too late to multi-class now to try and get it.
Yeah, because you need 17 levels of something that gets it. So,
Plus, are we assuming we're getting to level 17 or higher? I'm not so sure.
depends what you do with that second wish.
Take us to level 17.
I don't think Keldrath can wish for that, sadly. Because remember, it needs to be something your character can see.
Yes, we just wish for a load of about to die creatures that can't hurt us, and then we kill them all and get the XP.
You want Von Rune's backstory? You gotta admit, that's a lot of XP he probably got for that, right? How raging would you be if you've just done that, right? Obviously not aware that it was borked. When you turn up to the brew and be like, hey, look how great I am, and they're like, nah, we don't care. Please leave. You'd be raging. Right?
But it's sort of,
Hey,
Sorry. Is there anything within the trinkets that you would particularly want? I'm trying to decide whether our second wish should be to bring that equipment back. The javelin is of interest to me because of my affinity with lightning. Is that the right one?
Yeah, that's right. Finger of the Storm, it was called, yeah.
Yes, the Finger of the Storm. But none of the other equipment really appeals. Fleabite, the ring. I imagine you have an interest. Is it enough to justify the second wish to bring all that equipment back to us?
That seems risky.
It's an obvious wish for us. We're working. We're working on the assumption your spell, your wish worked. We don't really have a choice but to assume that it did.
The bloodshot eyes in Vanguard's face right now being like, better fucking have worked.
I was gonna
No,
say,
exactly. That's what's going through my mind.
I feel like it worked.
So that brings us back to the same debate. The obvious answer is for the weapons. We can use at least some of them. The rest could be given to allies. Is it worth a wish, or is there something more?
It was the terms of the deal. Gave them up. We undo that. we undo that, maybe the deal doesn't hold.
Another fine question.
But
Do we?
if it's equipment you're looking for,
No, not in particular. Not for myself. My hands are my equipment. But it just seemed too much of a boost to reject them offhand.
And main hand.
But a second wish. A second wish. What would we wish for?
A third hand, no.
it's a tough question. Best not to be too ambitious. Exactly. Oh, it's harder to say. Maybe we don't use the wish so much. And use its power. And he sort of awkwardly turns his head towards, to face Jembite.
Jembai just licks you again.
Hello. Could you, I wonder, you absorb the magic of that the way you did those other items? Library, crystals.
He like cocks its head at you and then looks up at Kildrath a bit sheepishly.
That make you stronger? That make you grow faster? It's a lot of power. Too much, maybe?
As Vanger's saying this, I'm going to walk over to the ring and I'm going to bring it back. And I will say in Draconian, something along the lines of, we are afraid of this third wish. Could you absorb its power? And then I'll add, I'll think about what I've just said, and I said, I don't mean just now. If this made you too big, the cavern is already small enough with you in it, so it would be for later.
Jembai
But
just
could you use it?
cocks its head to the side and gives you like a look. Like it's clearly listening to you, but whether or not it's understanding is.
What can I roll? Animal handling? No, again.
I mean, you could roll insight if you're wanting to try and work out if you think it's understanding what you were saying, but it would be like a pretty tricky roll. It would be a vague answer at best, right?
Can I have that 22 from earlier?
Just roll higher than it now. Just get a 24 now. Go. Achieve. Close enough. I did what I could, okay. Obviously the Roll20 budget was a bit low there. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell Jemba it's listening, but you've still not really fathomed out whether or not it's really following what you're saying. It does seem to have some basic grasp of do and don't now. But beyond that, It's hard to say. But the fact that you've obviously not put the ring at its face and it obviously hasn't inhaled anything yet is maybe, if you don't want it to inhale the power, don't put it near Gembite.
Yeah.
So yeah, you definitely know that much at least from what you've witnessed and experimented with thus far. And you are correct, it might be a terrible idea to do that here.
Oh, exactly. And that's why I second guessed myself as I was saying it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If not here, where?
We're going to have to leave these tunnels eventually. We're going to have to go back to the library with a
Do you really think a
a
dragon's going to
half-grown
fit
dragon.
through the corridors of this castle? Like, yeah.
Fleabite, can you find another door?
Fleabite's knackered anyway. Like,
No, exactly.
I think Fleabite did have a look last time.
you did. You tried to check this place out, or no? It was Keldra, I think, who was actually looking for secret
Yeah, I
doors.
did. Yeah.
Yeah, here, and there wasn't anything.
Not to my weak skills, but Fleabite.
How silver-tongued of you. But yeah.
Ultimately, at the moment, then I think we should be concentrating on a rest.
Yeah. But remember, the more time you spend, the more chance of discovery.
Well, that's going to be my.
I will say that I say that with the pinch of salt because you know you're in like clearly a secret area, right? The secret cue music went doo 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 when you walked in, So it's unlikely that you are going to be immediately found because the library was apparently secret, right? But Batuve is still missing.
Yeah.
So depending on what happened to Batuve,
depends how safe we are.
Yeah.
So that is going to be my next suggestion. Was going to be to try and usher Gembite a little further into the room, and then pull the doors closed behind him.
The door is like sunk into the floor, remember? For this chamber.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, like...
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It fell flat straight away, like as in like straight down. The big one slab there it was.
Okay, right.
So,
that then.
If that closes, you're not sure how.
And if that closes, we're not sure how we're getting back out.
Yeah.
So we'll leave Gembite in the Fleabite.
Yeah, Gembite's ass is currently the doorstop, right?
Is the doorstop, yeah.
To be fair, do you want to go past him?
Yeah, right. But, like, Fleabite knows of a lot of areas where Gembite could get bigger, right? I mean, there's that giant balcony, the Denathorium.
Well, definitely, it's just getting back to there.
I mean, what's some climbing between friends? You could run up the bloody cliff as far as you're aware.
Yeah, but from my imagining where we are in a room that's at the end of the library that was internal.
Yeah, I'll talk you through
going
the dynamics.
In the way, not going.
You need to leave the tomb,
going out the way.
Back into that library. You need to leave the library with a Gembite. You need to get all the way down back to your room, where our 10th mate still be there. Maybe not. It's been a long time since Vanguard went. And then you've got the balcony.
The balcony.
And then, realistically, out the balcony, you've got space, right? Immediately.
Exactly.
It's not the best idea to do it like out the balcony, but yeah, you could then climb up. Vanguard can go in a bag, or be something that climbs. Because, wild shape, yo.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That was my thinking. That we still... Getting back to the library is the easy bit. Getting up that corridor in stealth mode. We got here in stealth mode. Would we get back using stealth? And who's in the room? So, long rest, basically, is what we're saying just now. Try and get some strength back. And I'm on guard duty. Anyway,
And that's without using the wish.
that's without using the wish at the moment.
Okay. Other thoughts then, Vanger and Fleabite? What are your thoughts
That's
on
my
that?
thoughts, yeah.
I burned all of my decisionativeness, my decisiveness tonight. I think I have none to spare.
You are dissoed out, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, genuinely, I'm not sure what the best approach is here.
Because remember, yous have been missing for a long rest. To get
Yeah.
another long rest, you're gonna have to wait like a full 24 plus hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we do have to wonder how much longer can we be hidden here.
Yeah. And yous are, besides Fleabite, the other two, Kaladrath and Vanger, are probably considered familiar enough with 10th if there was scrying to be done. If yous are worried about such things.
I am now.
Well, yous have discussed his psychic capabilities and the
Yeah.
illithid in general, so it'd be weird not to think about their ability to detect you, considering Vanger wandered the corridors with a radar. Yeah.
Just to sort of go over
Mhm.
when we had our last long rest. Was Vanger's like radar walk after that, or was it during that?
Yeah, I think it was before, wasn't it?
I thought it was after because he came back and we'd like made a hole in the wall.
Yeah, we started to, but then I helped. So
And then we went through the hole. So that's why I thought it was after the long rest. And then we had at least 2 hours of figuring out what the things
I don't know.
were.
Vanger, look at your character sheet. Spell slots.
yeah.
Should answer that question, right? If you marked it.
I'm usually pretty good. I am currently down a spell slot.
So it would have been after it then, right? That's the easiest way I can think to track that.
Yeah. So that just like that's an hour, like half an hour at least getting from there to here, and then another 2 hours of figuring out the items, however much narrative space you want there to have been,
And you
and then
remember,
another hour.
there would have been like, say Vanger's thing took an hour, and you guys checking the room would have happened at roughly the same time, right? Because that can line up parallel, right? And by the time he gets back, you'd have like discovered what you discovered because you were both on the bookcase by that point. when we
Yeah,
walked in.
Yeah.
So that links up. So an hour from the long rest, and then a half hour walk in, and a bit of faffing around, right, to get to that door. Like, and then by the time you get to here, add another 4 hours to get to where we are now. Right?
Yeah.
That makes sense, right? Roughly. If I factor in conversations and moving around and skill checks, like we're talking about that amount of time, right? So what's that? We're about 6 hours into the day.
About 6 hours, yeah.
Roughly.
So it's just shy of 20 hours to sort of 18 hours from when it would be like a normal time to take another another long rest.
And then add the 8 hours of the long rest. Right?
Sorry, which way?
You'd add the 8 hours of the long rest on, because you can only long rest once every 24 hours. Right?
Yeah, so we're still 18 hours away from the next long rest.
Yeah. But you'd still then need to long rest, which is still 8 hours. So 18 hours till you qualify to get another one.
Yes.
And then 8 hours of that
Yeah.
rest.
Yeah.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Which is 26 hours from now.
Until we're out
Yeah.
of the next long rest.
So that's what you're looking at time-wise. Yeah. And You don't know how long 10th's been in that room, assuming it's 10th, and you don't know, like, what, you've been out of that room for, like, maybe an hour at that point? A couple hours by that point? 6 hours, it would have been, right? Like 8 hours for the long rest. So maybe 10 hours you've been unaccounted for? When Vanguard discovered an illithid in the room, right? 10 hours missing.
If we waited the 26 hours, what would we would still have Vanguard on 3
It wouldn't
strength.
hurt
Yeah.
casting spells, though.
Yeah.
That's what you'd get rid of, is the
It would
damage.
be a marked improvement.
Yeah.
And Fleabite would no longer have disadvantage on attacks.
Yeah, you dump down to, is it 2 exhaustion you'd fall to? Which is a significant improvement, but also the timer would be like down to basically a day for Vanguard to recover if he got rest fully that day. Because for that rest period that he got, he'd be able to tick off. You wouldn't be able to cast spells in that time to achieve that. But it would drop his 4-day timer down to, like, basically done, right? Because if he's already done a rest there, that would tick off 2 days, remember? As long as he hasn't done an activity, which he hasn't so far. So that would drop him down to needing 1 more day of no activity. Or 2 days of, basically functioning. So luckily, Vanguard can shapeshift into something with strength.
If need be, yep.
So he's in a pretty good
position.
position.
It kind of negates the whole concern over my carrying stuff anyway.
Yep.
Sorry, just to clarify, would it be if he's spent 1 day doing nothing, that gets him back?
So for every day he does,
2.
yeah, it recovers 2 instead of just 1. But if you're doing stuff functioning normally on that day, you still need to go through all the days you've been suffering. So he has rolled 4 days of suffering, but if he does nothing on 1 day, he gets to count it as 2. Right? Which means if he does nothing for 2 days, he's fine.
So I just want to clarify, the wording is your remaining recovery time decreases by 2. Is that remaining from when that?
Don't overthink it, Alex. Just move past that thought. I think Vanguard, who needs to worry about it, knows the answer.
I think if Fleabite ends up with it, then Fleabite may be the one that
and I'll cover it then. But until you've made a wish, I don't care.
I'm happy enough with my current interpretation, which is that 2-1, it goes to 2 the next day. Next day will be further 2, right? That is my...
Assuming you do nothing on that day, correct.
Yeah, assuming you do nothing. So
Yep.
It doesn't seem...
It's not that complicated, for us at least.
I don't know what you're trying to win here, is what I'm saying.
Yes, but it's pointless anyway, so unless he's going to make a wish. So.
Well...
Until then, I don't need to hear it. So, let's deal with the now. So what's the plan? Are you going to try and wait 26 hours without getting detected?
Does seem a big ask.
It seems an awful big ask, but I don't really think we've got a choice.
I'm going to highlight the part where, let's say your wish was successful, right? Which, looking at Vanguard, probably was. That's 26 hours of them discovering what happened.
Yeah.
You let me know how much you want that to happen.
Yeah, but that's still... This group at the present time have me and Gembite as our only fully fit characters.
But nothing has hit the fan yet as far as you know.
Correct. And as long as we don't leave this room, that shit hasn't hit the fan as far as I know.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't work that way. Does a tree make a sound if it falls out? Yeah. I know. Yeah,
I like your
get
thinking, but yes. I just want you to be fully aware of the choices you make. So yeah. Like,
So,
if you were looking to try and get out of Barris sneakily,
We could just wish to be out of Barris sneakily.
I mean, you could, yeah. It would also cover the wish not being a liability as well. Just use it to cast a teleport spell, and then it
We go now.
doesn't burn you out. Yeah.
But that is leaving the Baru potentially in a worse situation because now everyone's like, oh fuck, can't use them. Might as well. But on the other hand, is that a fight the Baru would lose if it was just a straight fight?
And it depends what
Or-
happens to people that are halfway.
Yeah, probably not good. I have to assume. But we did what we did.
I
Indeed.
wish.
Careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Wish I
carefully
knew.
put this ring down before
Yep,
I say this
yep.
out loud. Yeah, I'll put it back in the die. What's this for an idea? I wish Vanger and Fleabite to return to full strength.
So you,
I don't hate it, actually, because we are kind of both quite a liability right now.
but that will put you down.
Like it once carried for a change.
Yeah,
Maybe
or right in
I
the back of a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
So back to the wish then. I have no magic capabilities, so that kind of spell would do that same kind of damage. It would still be considered a level 9 spell, or would it be higher?
Yeah, so
or
doing
lower?
the wish will still be rolling 9, right? But if you cast a spell through wish, such
Yeah.
as like a level 8 healing spell, you'd roll 8d10.
And that's the thing I'm thinking. Is there a spell that
I am
you could
actually
do-
currently looking. Just on the off chance.
Because I
I'm
know
looking at
there's
leveled spells.
catnap or something like that, but is there something you could do for multiple people?
As I said, we
I'm
all
not
have
aware
access
of
to
one.
spell lists, right? So go have a look, folks.
No.
No, we do it. It's called Google.
Yeah, I know it's called
And
Google,
also
I
the
know, I know.
It's called
compendium,
5e wiki.
or like the compendium.
I will voice early that
I don't know if
wishing
I'd
for
call this
something
early.
that can be achieved by simply time and not that much time seems
But that's what I'm trying to get at, though. Do we take the chance in the 26 hours? Maybe we have to do 40 hours to get everybody back to their full strength.
get Vanger and I. Yes, that does mean you have to do nothing at that time.
No, exactly. But that's what we have to decide. Am I going to wander the corridors myself?
My other point would kind of be if we wanted something almost as a bargaining, then the soul of like the first Illithid might be an interesting way to go about resolving some remaining issues with the Illithid.
Brings us back to the original discussion.
I think trying to wish for all the items is a good way to incur the wrath of Kari Gygax. But just the one, and even if it wasn't that item, just what it contained is perhaps a way we can. Is
Oh, the morality of just wishing for the soul of the first Illithid, though. Like, oof.
It's been in containment for the last
You
however
don't-
many.
allegedly.
Yeah,
yeah, there's
you never
there's
got that
something
far.
going on here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Remember, you never actually tested that theory to see if there was a soul in there.
Oh, it's so good, isn't it? That temptation. It's such a simple thing, isn't it, Fleabite? A gift.
That we should suffer so much fear and doubt.
Tolkien really does actually have so much to answer for, realistically. Right? Oh. So goddamn much to answer for. I am working my way through the spells, but I'm doing it alphabetically. So it is tricky. Because obviously they don't have like really like, you know, what would you call them? Intuitive names a lot of the time. cast a level 8 Goodberry.
The most potent Goodberry. Goodberry.
The Omni Goodberry. Yeah, like, because I know the heal spell, right, would just give you 70 HP. It would also end blindness, deafness, diseases, but that'd be it. It would do very little else. That's a level 6, so that's just really for health. Heat metal seems like it wouldn't help. Once I hit the G's, there should be like greater restoration, maybe.
Like HP, we do have some health potions and stuff. That sort of thing we can get around.
Don't you also have like a potion of giant strength or something?
I think it.
Or did you feed
Got
that to
given
the
away.
baddie?
No, I'm just looking at spells and saying them out loud now. That's not good.
I think it wandered away in the abstract. Now that I think about it.
Right, okay. So it went away with the player. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
We wish for some potions of
Strength of.
it just brings Altruis.
I just say I wish for 10 random potions. It's way more exciting.
Snort all at once.
So
You know,
there you go.
Control Weather is an 8th level spell.
It is.
Pop your head out a window and
Mhm.
just make their storm go away.
We tried that. The window wasn't real.
Yeah, but find a real window. There are
Wish
some.
for a real window, then go, damn it.
See, there's nothing I can find that combines hearing everything. If that makes any sense. You can heal different things, but you can't do heal and return strength.
Yeah. Yeah, there's, I mean,
Cure wounds, healing word, healing touch.
What does
But it's all
eye bite
basic.
do?
bite size.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a warlock. We can get that.
Are you a high enough warlock to get that?
Not even close.
No. What level is it?
6.
Okay.
Yes.
You could cast Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion and just chill out in that for 24 hours.
Sure.
That feels kind of redundant.
A little bit.
Is there some sort of like pocket dimension thing where time doesn't pass in like reality?
So
we
you
can
want
just-
time to pass though.
No, but time
He's
passes
looking
for
for
us.
he's looking for the time thingy chamber.
So what does Demiplane do? Isn't that like an up there spell? Let's go look at that. I'm already scrolling down through the P's at the moment, so that's why I don't want to scroll back up.
Demi-plane of blood. No.
Blood! Welcome to the demi-plane of blood!
And just, what do you do, just roll Vanger in it until it gets better? Like,
Oh my god.
you
there's
look so
actually- I'll
metal.
see if I can find a gif of this. Because I have a relevant gif, I just don't know if I have the gif, you know?
Yeah, even Power Word Heal, which is a 9th level spell you can't cast unless you've wished for it, also doesn't, like, fix that.
Okay, let's go back to what's in my pack. The only thing I've got in my pack that might be able to help us is the teleporter. Should we just teleport the hell out of here
What
and go and get
teleporter?
healed and then come back? What have I got? What have I got? Where does it go say that?
I think you mean the
mean-
crystals, because everybody was given a Gith Zerai
Yes,
crystal. That doesn't,
teleport gem. Sorry, that's what it's called.
so it isn't actually called a teleport gem. That's just a worry that they would use it to teleport to you in there, right? Because Oridak said they would signal him and allow you to let him know.
Right.
That's all the party actually know about those. Oradak himself could teleport. But there was speculation about these allowing that. So it might just be a beacon. Right? Just for clarity though, so you don't go smashing it on the ground or anything. Yeah, so there's a lot of illusion magic that could make Vanguard think he was fine.
I don't know that that's useful,
It's not.
but there you go.
How do you
Couldn't
spell
guess
placebo?
Oh no, it's placebo. It's Italian.
So Skywrite is always an option.
Yeah, my
right?
mother was a placebo.
Just write fuck off, illicit, in the sky. There's always Soul Cage. Playback.
It's to go to placebos down in East 54th. If that's probably a street. Americans, if that's a street somewhere, presumably New York, then good.
You could summon a Celestial.
Yeah, I was looking at that and then I thought that doesn't help.
It depends what they did, right? Summon the Greater Demon. Just ask them, do you want to get involved in this? Or summon a fiend?
Abidal seems horrid wilting. We could do. Reality Break. Now that's interesting.
I think it's a 9. Or is it it a 7 maybe? I feel like I may have cast that in another game. It's 8th, yeah. I think I've cast that in a game. I actually think I cast that in Siren's game.
It's cool.
It's cool, yeah.
Maybe not useful here.
No, but it is cool.
Illusory Dragon. Right, have the best idea. Put an illusory dragon over actual dragon. And so they go, ha! We'll dispel your illusion. Oh. I see. How clever.
No, it's just a dragon, yeah.
I like that idea. It's not a good idea, but I like it a lot.
Couldn't you also achieve that by just having the dragon there?
No, because then they wouldn't, think it was an illusion unless they were really. I don't know why they would think the dragon was an illusion.
It reminds
I
me
guess
of,
this assumes that they have some sort of spell detection. Excuse me.
The Jack of All, was that Jack of All? There was a
Yes, Jack of all trades. Finger of death.
let's see, so it's a Bruce Campbell show. Bruce Campbell mask. Let me think of a. I'm not finding it sadly. There's a fun GIF about that. I'll find it one day and I'll send it on. Yeah, so any spells you can think that are level 8 or lower that are going to solve all your problems immediately? That isn't just teleport.
Nope.
But there might be another option.
Okay.
You said that like so weighty there, didn't you?
It's one of those things. It's going to be a discussion that
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to get into, but we've never touched on while we were traveling through the woods and things like that. That part of my character is I can brew potions. Well, it's a brewer supply kit which allows me, I think, to brew potions, doesn't it?
Yeah, Alexander's right.
There is.
You're
Isn't there an
thinking of
alchemy?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're thinking of the alchemist, not the brewer. Yeah. But again, a lot of scope, right? There is still a lot of scope.
If we combine your brewer's kit, and I think Vanguard has a brewer's kit as well.
I do.
And
Doesn't Vanguard have a herbalism kit?
I believe I've both. Let me double check that. I have herbalism and brewer's kits, yeah.
With my poisoners and my climber's kit, and thieves' tools, and
By our
disguise
powers
tools that
combined.
I know how to use.
Yeah, by Caladrath and Vanguard's powers combined. And Fleabite's taste tests.
Basically, Chris, just keep tweeting them for version 6, and we'll get somewhere.
This tool proficiency grants additional insight when you treat anyone suffering from alcoholic poisoning. Never mind.
Mhm.
That's not gonna happen.
Hopes deleted.
So
Um,
yeah, bugger. So it's just brewing beer. Okay, I'll take that. But
Just get Vanguard really drunk. Or Fleabite and make Fleabite wish for something crazy while drunk. Also, I found out I did say this. There we go. That's what your dragon under dragon thing made me think of. Go on. Oh dear. That was a great show.
I think you mean this.
Oh. It is so nonsense, isn't it?
I
What?
think you mean this.
What?
alright, okay.
Or this.
Uh,
We've all got them. Okay, we're off topic now. Let's try and refocus.
I don't know what you mean. This is the topic. The amazing thing about Sting is that he did this. I don't know how many times.
So anyway, back in this game,
Yeah.
what's happening? What are you actually doing? Because 26 hours for you to get and not like to be long rested again, right? 26 hours, and in that time, that could unlock Calamity.
Yeah.
I
did say could.
well,
I'm only saying could. It's a risk you need to
Could.
take.
and we can deploy Keldrath to the greatest extent to mitigate Calamity.
Good luck, Keldrath. Just a big pat on the back.
Go get him, champ.
But remember, you
Dude.
might not incur Calamity at the 26-hour mark. It might be at like the 20-hour mark. Maybe at the 15.
6
Yeah.
mark. Yeah,
mhm,
it's.
mhm.
Are we just leaving ourselves in here and
Hiding.
Keldrath goes out on his own?
Yeah.
That doesn't strike me as a great idea either.
Yous
Especially
know,
with a wish unused.
yous know that Betuve sought out Sophim, and it has been nowhere to be seen since. Right.
Simple wish we could use, bring them to us.
And you could also have. I mean, that is a wish you
And
could use. yeah.
anyone detained with them, if they are indeed detained.
The entire.
please put them in the corridor, not in
suddenly
this
the
room.
cavern is
Hmm.
overflowing with elephants.
Yep.
I'd done never seen so many elephants. I said to
Let's not talk about the elephants in the corridor. Yeah. Okay. So there's that.
It's like a Republican convention. Yep.
So again, you might be able to just sail through 26 hours with no instant, though, right? That's the counter to that.
Mhm. And
But
well,
it's still not enough.
But then you're still
my
in the same
counter-
problem of what do you do after that.
Yeah.
my counter more is that what happens if we run into Calamity out there? We've got
You've got a wish.
uh,
Go away.
We have Wish, yeah,
Mhm.
but we've got fairly.
And it's not like
less
any you
useful
immediately run into is going to know you have a wish on you, right?
No, but they will be able to see Vanguard not so good, Fleabite not so good. Maybe the rest of us can take the Dragonborn.
I mean, maybe they might be distracted by the large dragon.
Yeah. They might think they can take it.
I'm
They
going to
don't have
assume
big, strong Fleabite to protect.
I just assume you'd maybe strap Vanguard onto it.
Or maybe we just don't care anymore. Maybe we just stroll out of this library
Guns blazing.
proud and head up in the air and just say, come at us, we have a dragon. And if it doesn't look like it's going our way, we'll just feed the dragon a wish and see what happens from there.
I do think there's. Which do we think is better? Giving dragon just like letting it absorb the energy from the ring, or wishing that it's like all powerful? Like, would it just gain the strength of a 9th level spell, or would it gain what could be achieved by a wish?
I mean, just think, what is the strength of a 9th level spell?
Well, looking at Wish, it's anything.
It's hard to quantify that.
Best things out there, wonder like Meteor, fucking Swarm, you've got Time Stop, you've got Gate that can literally bring like fucking gods to you if they let you.
Well, Comet of Cassandora.
Oof.
Bring Vanguard's God here and see if it'll heal him.
You can't do that with Wish, sadly, unless you actually try and like wish for that. But I mean, like Wish can do 8th level spells and lower with no risk. You can't do 9th level, which it is, but you can wish for those things to happen and hope gods allow it to go through.
Yeah.
But that all comes with the risks that Vanguard suffered.
And also, let's be honest, there's always that if he could just easily intervene, wouldn't he?
And why is Vanguard here? Yeah.
Yeah.
As we discussed last time, Vanguard is his will here. So the Great Father's maybe sitting with his feet up watching Vanguard since he probably can't. Yeah. Imagine you just decide, kill Menglod. Imagine that was it. That's what you used to wish for, just to be like randomly out of spite.
That's not. Kill all our enemies.
Wow. Wow.
I feel like one, if not all three of us, just die.
I think we just roll randomly on that, right? Just odds and evens, right? Oof, that's a big ask, right?
Not really. It's only 3 characters. Or
I think I do think we should use this. I don't know in what, but I do think there is inherent risk considering our weakened condition. That if something does go down, they don't need to know in advance that the wish is there, but they can find out after.
Getting out with weakened Vanguard and weakened Fleabite, but a dragon and a dragonborn at like reasonable strength, it seems, and having the power of a wish behind them, which, keep in mind, could be something like Finger of Death or Disintegrate for free.
Yeah.
Is not terrible. Or a teleport spell. Right? Equally. So, when Alexander was saying, are we in a worse place to try and like get out now? I'd say probably not. You're probably in the best position to try and get out now.
so let's go back to the wish and the spell thing then. If we use the spell through the wish is then gone.
Yes. But it doesn't cost you components, or to even like need to be able to cast spells.
Yeah, and also it lets you use a spell that none of us could use and is very powerful.
Yeah. So there's
Does that
remember there's
still
9 tiers of magic, Chris, right? 9 being the highest tier of magic you can cast.
Oh, yeah.
It can do every spell 8 and lower with no consequences. But the wish is gone.
Yeah, so you don't have to do all the
The stuff
9
Vanguard
or-
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's only if you want something that's up over and above that.
And that's exactly what he asked for, yeah. He asked for like, reality shifting scope. Which is fine. It's what the wish also can do. That's why it's
can do.
just mad.
So
There's-
teleport the 4 of us out of here to a location of our choice. What then? Do we then trail back to Barris to...
Yeah, I don't think that helps as much.
Where would
Like-
you go? Yeah. That's my
I
question.
don't see how that's any more help than just staying where we are for the 20. For weeks.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything.
It just
It
uses-
heals us but leaves us with a big journey on the back of a dragon to come back again. You know what I mean? That's
But it gives you time to grow your dragon
Mhm.
without
true.
being in literally the shadow of an illicit ship. Right?
Well, we could look at it this way. If we don't think we're in a position to actually save Varys right here and now, we've at least given them a shot, right?
Mhm.
If they realise that they can't be assimilated, then that maybe changes the calculus for them. But obviously, maybe they don't realise that. And maybe they just go about assuming that they basically are completely powerless to defend themselves. So I think like if we're gonna leave, we can't just leave. Otherwise, we're sort of undoing a lot of our good work by making it so that it's impossible for them to take advantage of it.
Yeah, like leave a note saying, P.S.
be back soon.
Yeah, like you can't be tadpoled. Yeah. And the brewer will be like, can anyone read this?
So that sounds like things Keldreth can do on his away mission. Oh, must have.
Right, Star Trek
that's
terms
not
that are
wrong.
creeping in are great.
I mean, that
assimilation
would
mission.
be ultimately leaving the guys and me wandering through the town using stealth mode, trying to find Safim. In a way, makes sense, but it's all based on the roll of a dice and luck.
Oh, that's the whole game, really. But
Yeah, exactly.
can't argue
And
that
I
one,
don't
you know.
mind that.
I mean, there is
How
also though
about-
the bigger dice roll that is leaving Fleabite alone in the room with the ring.
How about we just leave?
Hmm.
Like, just walk out the front door and say,
Yeah.
"Stop us," and then teleport Batuf and Safim and anyone imprisoned with them to us.
I don't know. Okay, I'm now leaning towards the let's just imagine that we are fine and see what we can do. Like,
Just denial stage we're in.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Like-
Vanger and Fleabite in their injured state on the back of Jembite. If you
Vanger's not
think
that.
I can't fight or cast, but it'll be fine.
Can you cast?
I will.
Sorry.
No, I can now. No, I've not because I've not long rested yet. No, I can't.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
You
need
can
that long
cast
rest
it, it'll
first.
just hurt.
it'll probably kill me. Is the thing if I'm using a purple
Depends,
spell.
depends what you cast, right? You could cast a 5th level
Even
fine.
if I'm using weak ones, it will very quickly put me very low, and also,
But
know,
you
enemies
can
attack
cast.
me.
Not.
I can cast, but I shouldn't.
Mhm.
I think I think you're fine.
I'm definitely not.
Yeah,
We can, we can bring you up a bit on HP. Like, that's not the worry.
I'm the best healer here
you're the only healer.
by a
here.
margin.
Fleabite can't
By
heal.
definition.
Yeah, like if anyone's gonna be doing the healing, it ought to be me. And I can't really right now.
Okay, but we do still have some health potions.
And they could wish for heal on you to keep you masochistically casting and hurting yourself.
Like,
You know that
I
tel-
think-
teleport could take you somewhere, and if you went to somewhere here, and then left the city somehow, depends on how you want to do that, right? If you got out of the city, you could then attempt to teleport someone you're familiar with to you.
But then haven't we used the wish twice? So
No, not if you've snuck out.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
But if we're snuck out, then we have proved that we can sneak around, and we could just
You know it's
Yeah.
a stretch.
I don't think we can really sneak out. I think if we're gonna leave, we should just leave and see if they try and stop us.
And you've basically got
And
like
if they
what,
try and
2
stop
hours
us-
worth of Vanger being something that can function sneakily,
Yeah,
right? Because he's wild shape. We'll cover that.
yeah. Wild shape doesn't count as a spell, does it?
Nope.
it's
Uh,
not.
And it will
Um,
fix his
What about
strength
your
score.
radar thing?
That's a spell.
That is very much a spell.
Eyes of the Grave wouldn't be though, would it?
It
No.
isn't, but it
Nope.
would be useful.
You never know.
I mean, if there are any undead lurking about, yeah, sure.
Maybe they could help.
You
Um,
never know.
I
Just
kind
don't know.
I kind of think if we were at the position where we're saying just try and stop us, then we might as well be a bit more bold with
That's
that. and
not
just be-
necessarily a good position to hold, though.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely not thinking it's a great idea, but it might be an idea that, it call or bluff, right? Essentially, is it? It's not necessarily a great shot, but they might not fancy trying it with a dragon about.
Would anybody recognize the ring as being a wish ring? If we
That depends on their expertise, right? So if this thing's ever been in a book that one of them have read, then maybe, right? But think about that. That's
slim, yeah.
it's
I'm
slim.
just-
if we
yeah.
wore gloves over the ring.
No, I'm hoping they recognize it as a wish ring, and it terrifies them and they run away.
Oh.
But that,
I suspect they
I
just
think that's
instantly
the
murder you.
opposite of what would happen. Because,
Yeah,
like, oh,
exactly.
look at-
They've got a wish ring. I want it.
yeah.
Like you either win and get a wish ring, or you die by being killed by a wish person. Like
and keep in mind, the term like wish ring probably doesn't exist in universe. As I said, this was the cradle with their creation powers. So yeah, assume this is quite unique in itself. So it's unlikely
Yeah.
people will know of it, but doesn't mean to say you just can't bluff, right?
Yeah.
Because you're technically not bluffing.
I mean, that makes it very easy to bluff when you don't have to bluff.
That'll be a persuade check rather than a
yeah, no, I
It's
think
hard
I'd
to
rather
bluff, is that,
deceive.
Mhm. So-
Um,
But it does give you access to a lot of dangerous spells. But only once.
That just feels like such a waste.
sometimes once is enough, right? I
Mhm.
mean, summon greater demons, summon celestial. These are big hitters.
But we could summon the moon.
Not sure about that.
Oh dear. Yeah, the moon. Always a help.
But if it does come to a fight, and we have we can just cast a spell that would allow us to summon an enormously powerful being. That right away, that is quite.
We could cast summon Benjamin.
Can we actually?
Well, sorry, no, we could wish summon Benjamin. Not like as a spell, just make it as a wish.
Yeah, it's a lot of General Rooney.
Yeah, it's a billion, right? It's way up at that. Oh dear. So yeah.
Transport Menglod into the alien ship.
I mean, I don't hate that. It's a sort of here's two problems we have. They will
Smash the action
Probably-
figures together, yeah.
like
I do a little because she wasn't undead.
But
Her
you've,
minions were, but she wasn't.
but you've made her
but-
immune to
yeah.
tadpoles. So
And are we that scared of undead Illithid?
I
I
mean,
mean,
Maybe we should be, but we're not.
We've never met one.
like Colin did raise that concern earlier, like 3 sessions
He did.
ago. Yeah. The Alku, or whatever the hell their name is. The Alhu.
Alhun, I think it is.
Alhun, yes. God, they're awful. You don't want to meet an Alhun.
Yeah, I think that's the idea specifically that they're liches, basically, rather than just like generic undead. I may be mistaken.
We could wish to become witches.
No,
You're not halfway there anyway with your.
He is living on a
Stuff.
prayer, okay?
I'm anti-undead. Is what my domain is basically.
No, I mean physically.
No, I'm in a bad shape. But,
Okay, so you want to wish for a phylactery for Wenger?
Oh dear.
If Edgar dies, he's absolutely not coming back as an undead character. Just so we're clear. As much as I love the undead,
I've got the wish ring. I'll decide.
I've got the mission for now.
Okay, so what is the plan? Rest 26 hours, even though you are not guaranteed to get a long rest. Right?
I don't think we can chance it.
Yeah.
Or something else.
We've got 18 hours we should do something else. Because it doesn't matter either way.
That's for Vanger.
Yeah.
Mm.
But only for
Right.
Vanger. Right. Just for
He'll be
the strength score thing. Again, he can shapeshift for 2 hours to fix that. So that
Yeah.
isn't the biggest issue.
As long as you guys are all right with basically dragging Vanger around,
Again,
that's fine
you
by
could be
me.
put on the back of Gembite for that to be a bit easier.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
It's going to make it harder to be subtle. But
Yep.
then we've already got Gembite, so
Yeah,
it's-
exactly.
yeah, basically impossibly subtle anyway.
Yeah.
Stealth roll, though, for us all.
Yeah. The big blanket. I wish for a big enough blanket that we could all hide under. Oh,
Elvish cloak.
An
Yeah.
invisibility cloak.
Yeah.
No, I just want to look like a very specific rock.
Yep. Fucking weird fucking elven cloaks. Yeah. So, last decision of the night, guys. What are you doing?
I say we head out.
Head where?
That's less important than just.
Oh, it is to me. Like, where? So, you leave the library and go where? Yep.
Okay, suggestion.
Yeah.
Just straight back to the room.
Okay.
And
That's the only thing we've got. That's the only way we know in and out, isn't it?
What, and just
We-
confront him and just
Yeah.
say,
like
you'll now deal with this.
we either have the try and avoid him and probably fail, or we have the just go straight to him. It's the last thing he'll expect.
And do you know what? If he's not in the room, we rest until he turns up.
I think if he's not in the room, we go to the kitchen. Because we can eat all the food.
Mm.
Yeah.
In theory.
And it would be good just to recover some rations and things, because that would help for any similar situation that we find ourselves in.
So what he's committing to?
Okay, well, okay, we'll do a halfway then. If you three head back to the room, I'll go to the kitchen, grab some food, and meet you back at the room.
Okay, I disagree with that entirely.
Yeah, I don't like this.
We all
like,
go together.
So the
That's
reason
fair
why they
enough.
disagree
We
with
are
that
both in
is because
terrible shape.
Because you're the one we need.
I'm hoping the dragon's strong enough at the moment to protect you.
Oh dear. So, how do you
Yeah,
feel about
okay.
that, Keldrath? Yeah. Now don't feel peer pressured. But yeah.
I still believe that the rest to get us back into some sort of shape or fighting shape, shall we say, fighting fit. And that's ultimately what's in my mind. Because even if it does come down to a battle, for 26 hours possibly, we don't have a healer. We only have me and possibly the dragon able to fight.
You've maybe got
by-
3 healing spells before Vanger would stop casting.
I think my problem with that is after 26 hours, we've probably missed any significant fight, and
No.
we're still not up to full strength. Like,
But-
fight that we would have tried to win, we have already lost by not being there to fight it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm completely against resting. Like, doing nothing in the rest. Like, if we can find something to do in that 17 hours and then get the rest, that's good. But ultimately, we probably should be acting on this moment of confusion. You know, Don't wait for the iron to get hot. Make the iron hot by striking.
Yes. Okay, then. So then the obvious answer, not the obvious answer, but the get back to the room, use 3, lock yourselves in the room, and I go and try and find Safim. It's got to be something like that. It's the only way of...
I think we go with you. Like, I don't. If we're gonna wait, we might as well wait here. That's the best place to wait.
Yeah.
If we're out there, we should just all go together. Like, us being with you doesn't slow you down that much, and it gives you better chance of succeeding. I'm not saying it doesn't raise the chance of one of us dying, but it gives better chance of a success.
And if you strap Vanger on to Fleabite tight enough, or Gembite, either or, really, probably Gembite, you know that 3 of you can get down that cliff face probably more easily than Vanger could, unless he shapeshifted. You might want to save that for later.
Okay, sure. But ultimately, cat form is also...
But also limited time-wise, whereas you guys aren't.
True.
You are still reliant on rolls, but you could cast spells to get around that.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that option as well, where you just go back to the room if it's empty, hey, and then just go out the balcony and climb down and just wander the city. And hope you find Sufim.
I think we'd look for 10th as well. I think finding Sufim would be good, but finding 10th would be a reasonable consolation. Because we might as well kind of have that confrontation of, you guys are kind of in a bad place. A good suggestion for you guys would be to leave now. Also, by the way, the Fleabite that you think you've been talking to all this time, you haven't.
Okay, so what's the actual plan, though? Let me know what we're doing.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
So,
I think you should, but I think we should go.
Yeah, no, it's one of those, as you say, the confrontation is going to have to come. If it does come to a confrontation it's going to end up between me and 10th with you in support in some way.
It says it's not like Vanger can't sling a spell, right? So
we don't know what the dragon's capable of. So taking 10th out with potentially 2.5, 3 is still better than him plus whatever he's got in reserve.
Never mind the wish you have.
Exactly.
That might just disintegrate or kill 10th.
We wish that 10th just doesn't see us. We can batter him. He doesn't know what's hitting him.
It's just that, what was her name? Was it Zvipdag? And she snowblind you?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, she was a cheeky minx, and she was.
And I know how to defeat her.
Wish her here and let her deal with this shit.
No, she's going to deal with Menglod for us.
Okay.
Once I defeat her and convert her.
Okay. I hear the plan. Okay, yeah. Right, Vanger, any objections to this plan? The plan is currently get to the room and then look for 10th.
I don't have anything better. I think we need to do something,
That's
so
fair.
I am on board.
Okay. I assume you have rope and will strap Vanger to Gembite.
Who's taking the ring?
Yeah.
I think it has to be Keldreth, considering his current condition.
Yeah, it's got to be well, does it? As long as we don't go over a level 8 spell? It's not going to do anybody any damage, is it?
I
be
can.
Vanger.
Levi is severely still exhausted, right?
But
I fear the ring.
But it won't affect Fleabite if it's a spell he replicates, rather than...
No, just my thinking is, if Levi is already on X level of exhaustion, adding on top of that...
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's got to be me, but I am not wearing it at the moment, just in case I say something silly.
Just
And
remember,
it's-
like, if you're not wearing it, it might take you an action in combat to get it out of your pocket and put it on your finger.
I'm still not wearing it at the present time.
Okay,
I will tell you when I'm going to put it on my finger, but I'm
Sure.
not wearing it at the present time.
sure.
Um,
The amount of times I've said I wish, and I've thought to myself, I don't have the ring, I don't have the ring, I don't have the ring.
Don't worry, I'm not waiting to pounce or anything. I'm definitely not.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
You should though. You definitely should. That's why I made that spreadsheet. I really don't mind you actually engaging with the wish rather than it being like a, oh, but you said the thing, fuck you. So anyway, right, can I get some athletic checks or survival checks? You can pick which ones to put Vanguard onto Gembite with rope. Yep.
um,
I'm
I'd
just
like to-
adding the ring to my collection of the moment anyway.
if Vanguard,
I know
likes
we won't forget,
to
but
If what?
try, if Vanguard like Fleabite to try and put him up there, Fleabite will, but just
Anyone is welcome to try.
so I'm looking at athletics.
Or survival to strap Vanguard to Gembite with rope.
I'm going to go with survival.
Hey! Okay, so you've roped him to the dragon. Okay, we can assume stuff's there as well, like in various state.
He's
Okay.
now sitting on his shield like a saddle.
What you'll need to do as well is, obviously, I'm assuming Fleabite submitted the rope for that particular adventure, so make sure you're marking off what you've used for that. It's only one of your finest ropes. Okay, and you head out, and you work your way through the corridors, I assume, back to the room. Are you committing to this, team?
I was just trying to think. Is there anything else we needed to do before we left?
Pile 5 bodies into the bag of holding. No.
I mean, having the head of the first elephant. But
Use it like one of those like head massager things, just God, that's so twisted.
I'm going to do something that I never thought I'd do.
Okay.
As we're going through the library before we leave the library, I'm going to pick up a couple of those gems.
Okay.
Just to have a couple.
How many do you want? The floor is covered in them, so how many do you want?
Yeah, I'm just going to bend down and pick up one or two.
Okay.
And I'm going
Add them to your inventory, yeah.
yeah, they're for
Oh, we know
gem
what they're
bite,
for.
but sorry.
He's like,
We
we
know
know.
what they're for.
Yeah.
We didn't need to be told that. Don't
Yeah.
worry. We were following.
Okay. So add as many as you want. Right, quite frankly, the place is covered in them. Onto your character sheet, just call them, Baru crystals. That's fine. Fleabite, any last thoughts?
if Fleabite had missed any of the wood, then might just scoop up some of that.
You could just say you got a shelf worth of wood, yeah? Right.
There probably was a moment as well when Keldrath picked the ring back up that Fleabite watched. But
Like intently.
mhm.
You can hear the breathing. Yeah. Okay. And then you head to the library door, open the door, and head out and head towards the room, I assume.
Do we know how to do that?
Keldrath does, right?
I do, yeah.
So,
So I think Fleabite specifically failed on that one.
yeah. So, you head out, you close the library up behind you, or do you just leave it open at this point?
Oh, I still think we're protecting it in some way, so
Yeah.
Mhm.
I would shut it behind us and
Okay.
make sure it's locked. Yeah, I wouldn't leave it for. Oh, hell's going to break loose here, and and I hope the Illithid won't be hanging around once it does, but I still wouldn't want to.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
can I get a stealth from everyone? Vanguard, you don't have to worry about that. You're just on the back of the
I'm
dragon.
strapped to a dragon.
Yeah,
So
yeah. but the other two I would like
Kinda
rolls.
strapped to a dragon stealthily.
What a good roll. Let me
Nice.
roll for
What's
Dragante.
that?
See how Dragante does. Yeah, let me take that off. Yeah. Not bad, despite having a bloody dwarf taped to its back.
It could be worse, but I guess that's not so much of a hindrance for him.
Yeah, I mean, it is a large creature, so it can support you easily, right? Because you're a size category lower than it.
Oh, size categories. He's so
Yeah.
wacky.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, you plod through the corridors. You again manage to circumvent staff, the few staff that there are. Head back to the room. Yep. I assume you are going in as quickly as possible because, well, yeah, you would draw a crowd. Let's face it, if you were.
There were any
Same.
crowds to draw.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Caldrath, are you Aragorning your way into the room?
I certainly am, yeah.
Oh. You're a familiar face inside. Would you believe it?
I'm hoping it's... I don't care who it is at this point.
Actually, I love her. Like, I'm hoping it's that. Actually, no, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, we're no matter what, it is what it is now.
Yeah, it's a bit too.
Does he have tentacles?
Eyes to the grave, eyes to the grave.
Stands there and turns round and looks at the group. Kind of like eyes look slightly glazed over and says, "Oh, there you are." And that's where we end the session.
It's him. He's been illithified.
So the spell hasn't worked.
I don't think that means that, no. I think it means it was already done. What I'm trying to say is I think he
From
did
the
it
beginning.
35 minutes ago.
Oh, I don't know. What if he did it long before we arrived?
He might have done, yeah.
He's been, one of them all this time.
Very plausible. We never really doubted him.
He trusted us very quickly.
So, what would you like to call this session?
Okay, that joke. I'm going for something less grand.
Yeah. I'm going to put in the one I put in earlier. You all might be too young to know this band, but...
Yeah, it doesn't ring a bell for me, I'm afraid.
Tadpole tutor.
I'm suspecting that his slightly glazed look and his slightly different manner of conveying himself is indication of that, but also indication of whichever way it's happened, whenever it's happened, that the mask is basically being cast aside. That this is okay, we're dealing with you straight now. Here's a possessed person. Who knows? But that was definitely what I was sort of taking from.
I wish too far. Imagine just knowing you've got like the power to just scream, like annihilate or explode, though, in your pocket currently, Keldrith. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. How about also just that one down? You want to go? I am not. The euphemism powers of that statement alone.
I like one to go.
There's a bunch of options there at least. Any other suggestions and get your votes in too? Yes, we knight you, Sir Venger, the Dragon Rider of Paris.
I'm gonna be a cheeky little double wisher, double voter, double wisher. I'm gonna commit electoral fraud.
Sadly, you
If-
can't be a double wisher.
Yeah, no, I know. There was a 66.6 repeating chance that I would be able to be a double wisher, but in fact wasn't able to. Sure.
Okay. Kildras, you got any votes?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just trying to think more.
It'll happen. We'll do wrap up chat and I'll think of all the best titles. That's what normally happens.
Of
So,
course, we always
you
do.
know.
I'm gonna go with Tadpole to that denied.
Okay.
I like the undersell personally. That's sort of why I went for it.
I'm happy to let that win, because if I vote for something, it's either going to be a pointless vote or it's just going to be, an equalizer.
You do have the power in your hands
I do. So
to
I'm
do
just
such things.
and I have the power to just let that be the winner. So that's what I did. Tadpole denied. It's a nice follow up after the mystery box.
I think people will look at that and go, "What?"
Mm-hmm.
And then they might go, "Oh, the elephant."
Yes.
I'm well intrigued.
So goals. Free the Baru from the illithid. Have we done that?
Sort of.
I wouldn't say it's not out of reach. I don't think we have yet.
You've made a very significant step.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No further ones are going to be permanently lost. Unless they die.
See when it turns out they are all already mid-transformation. That's going to be gutting. Just going to have to cull the elephants. But no,
Oof.
that's probably... I think we're well on the way.
I can do some ivory stuff.
Ooh. Yeah. Ooh.
I think he's becoming a pianist.
With views like that, he is a pianist. Right. Ascertain relationship between illithid and Baru leadership.
I think we have a strong hint, and I think we're going to get more definitive answers next session.
What's your strong hint? What are you thinking?
I think we have a strong hint, and it did very much seem like Batuf was under their influence or transforming, right?
Mm.
That did seem like it wasn't Batuf anymore, really.
Definitely had an odd and an uncanniness to it, yeah.
If they are actively turning people or actively mind controlling people, that would suggest that even if there's an arrangement where the leadership agreed because he didn't feel they had a choice, it's domination.
Mm.
At that point, even if your leaders have agreed to it, once you're mind controlling or converting the populace, they are essentially an occupied, almost a conquered people at this point. So I think we have a good idea. Yeah. Again, it might be more complex. There might be some strange things going on up the top level, but yeah, there's a nice hint for us there, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. So we're keeping that. Meet with Sufim.
Well, he wasn't there, and he might already be dead, but we'll see.
Yot the illithid.
I would consider them
Nope. The
pre-Yot.
I would say that the attempt here was, are you wishing them away? And you just didn't. So you might want to reword that.
I don't have the brain power right now, but okay, I agree.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad. And then secure a safe exit from Barris City.
We have a card up our sleeves that could do just that.
You do indeed. If you're willing to use it to eat yourselves out of the thing. I care for dragon till self-sufficient. Keeping that one, Fleabite, or are you changing it?
Haven't failed that one yet.
Yeah.
He's coming along. He's coming along there. Yeah.
Keeping it though.
Yeah.
Vanger. You're obtaining a suitable new stance.
I think I might have to ditch that one. I just don't have a great idea for a replacement right now.
Well, so
and as I
leave it
say,
until you've got a replacement then, right?
I'm operating on very low batteries, so
That's
I'm not
fair.
sure I'd be able to come up with anything great right now. But have a think, and honestly, that would still be in the ideas pile, even if I did chuck it, because
Yeah, it's may as well leave it until we've got a replacement for it. And contract arrange a meeting with the Baru Resistance leadership.
There might not be a blue resistance the way this is going, so
I did tell you there might not be one at all.
no,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
We didn't know that. I was always hopeful that it was going to end up being Safim.
I mean,
It still might
let's be honest though, like there might be this guy might have been a way to infiltrate that movement.
Mhm.
That's what I'm kind of quiet about. I can't remember whether we told him Safim's name
He
or whether
mentioned,
he mentioned it first.
oh, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought he
No,
mentioned it first.
he brought up Sufim first. Batuv mentioned it because yous were going to. You swithered whether or not to tell about Batuv about Sufim, and he brought it up because he said, "I know a cartographer that might be able to help."
So it may still be possible. And I'm leaving that one. I'll leave it as is.
Okay.
I'm still hoping it's going to be Safim.
Okay. Any of the general ones? Like, if them to get any ideas for this Yote the Illithid that we're getting rid of, which I'm just going to delete.
Something along the lines of confirm that the Illithid are no longer able to infect.
Confirm the Illithid are neutered.
Like,
Confirm the
how
new
will you actually
unit.
know that, right? Without just making assumptions. There's no way, there's no definitive conclusion there unless you're
We can
literally...
test this theory. Yeah, there is a way. We just need to hold someone down. No, that's obviously not. a good
This
idea.
feels like the initiative and testing their brain chips. So, yeah.
I have mixed feelings about the initiative that I'm not going to go into right now.
That's fine. So, any good ideas for a general goal that can go in that slot now? I know Vanger is a bit burnt out, so focus on Keldrath and Fleabite.
Vanger's more than a bit burned out. Colin's a bit burned out, but Vanger's fucked.
So, thoughts?
No, I don't think I have any good ideas then.
Anything from the ideas pile you want to put in though, in its place, since it is blank. What are we thinking?
I think we definitely need to find out something else about Eric's brother.
You could use your wish to just give Eric his brother back.
Eric's drinking and then just a body appears in front
Oh
of him.
god. That'd be awful. That'd be so awful, wouldn't it?
How much have I drank?
You imagine he's that together if that happened? Oh god. Yeah.
He's just like, oh yeah, this happens every day. I always see his face.
Oh, you could wish to make it to the wedding.
That summons Sarah to him. She's just like, what? Why? Why would you do this?
Why would you bring a dragon to a wedding?
Oh, it'd be such a fucking clusterfuck, right? So don't do that, is what I'm saying.
Make Tanan marry Menglod.
Oh my. Do you want that? Is that something you want?
Bad idea. I'll be honest.
Is that how does
I don't think it worked out for anyone involved.
Yeah.
how does vampire interact with undead?
England wasn't undead.
Yeah, she was just a horrible monster.
Yeah.
And a necromancer. But
Presumably,
not
yeah.
actually.
Just had lots of
I mean,
extra heads.
she might just have, like, I don't know, some other means of controlling undead. Theoretically, that could be possible, right?
Mhm.
But I'm assuming probably practicing a bit of the old necromancy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to take the sort of view that it's always necromancy if it animates the dead because necromancy is the magic of the dead, then it's necessarily necromancy. But if you view necromancy as like a specific type of magic, regardless of what you're using it for, anyway,
I
that
get you,
matters.
yeah. Do you want to uncover the Noah Glint secret?
You know, we'll see how long this game got.
Investigate the Balamthaki connection, the Kain, the White Stag connection, Keldrath, discover the fate of the Dragonborn, learn the duties of the Guardian from Elorian, Closures for Eric. Give us Elorian a suitable gift. A dragon, maybe? Recover your stashed wood. Yeah. So, Keldrath, Fleabag, what do you think is worth putting into your blank slot there?
I don't have anything.
You could destroy the Watchers of the Crimson Mirror.
Use the Wish Ring to destroy all our enemies. Said that about half an hour ago. I should have just done it.
Yeah, I mean, you still can, right? You've got the ring in your pocket.
You could write your name.
Find out what's in Vanger's pocket, Keldrath's pockets.
Oh god. Alright, so I
That
guess
was the
that
joke
means...
for any Swifties in the chat.
So I guess we have no suggestions then. That's okay. We'll move past goals. Okay, wrap up chat. Start us off, Vanger.
Oh my god. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So you made a wish, well
That
done.
was, yeah, stressful actually, because it is so much. When you have infinite choice, essentially, then everything feels like a wrong choice because there's always an alternative.
Mm-hmm. It's the closing
you're
of doors
boxed
that
in.
sucks about
Yeah.
casting it, yeah.
And you're like, oh, I could have done X instead. And you can never get away with that. It's not like, well, I only had X or Y spell slots. It's like, no, I could have done X.
Mm-hmm.
There's always that option, and so it is like there's a lot of doubt. You wonder, what could I have done instead? And it's and obviously it's rough on Vanger, the character. Not only the weight of it, but the actual backlash almost from.
I know I
casting it.
homebrewed a little bit of the backlash, but I think that upping the drama a little bit isn't the worst for the scene.
I don't take any offense to that. I understand that it was a huge ask, right? Like it wasn't just over and above an 8th level spell. It was like a dimensional level change.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like it's more of a, it's this entire world. Maybe not this entire dimension, but this entire world. That is a huge.
It is a No More Mutants level of event. Yeah.
Yeah, this is oh god.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Michael Bendis is gonna make me the bad guy for the next crossover event. It's not listen, Bendis isn't Marvel editorial. I shouldn't blame him. Anyway, yeah, it's like what he's done has to have a high cost. So naturally, you might look at what they say as like this is what it will do as the baseline and go, well, how much above that is it? So I totally understand and respect that choice. Sucks for him though. Sucks for him. Lol. Sucks to be you, Vanger. But it's an interesting choice to have to make, and it's an interesting choice for. I think the danger with certain characters is the weight can be too much for them, and I think it kind of almost was for Vanger. And maybe if he didn't have a more militant voice in Fleabite, that might have been something that he needed to make the right choice. So there you go, your old goal.
Yeah,
but yeah,
take action against them. Yeah.
So there's definitely, I think, a sense in which, like, yeah, he was maybe. You can understand why I definitely felt like Vanger would step up to the plate there, and I can understand why maybe Keldrath might feel a bit like, is this even really my fight? And also you can perhaps understand why I'd be shy about letting. I almost did. I actually did think, like, when I thought maybe the only real good option is just kill them all, my thought was, how would he do it? And the only thing I could come up with is, I have to give the ring to Fleabite. So yeah, I thought about doing that, and then I just said, "Is like, no, Vanger absolutely believes he's here for a purpose, and so he's not gonna stand back at this kind of moment. He's gonna step forward at this kind of moment."
That was good. It was a good scene.
So yeah, it was. Poor Vanger is suffering for his choice.
Yeah.
But I think he made the right one for his character. We'll find out if it's the right one for the game.
Yeah, and it's interesting just the personal consequences of it, like being the that 33% chance nonsense.
But
Like-
I had to make a choice to protect if
Yeah.
I could.
I think it was a good choice for Vanger. For what I know of Vanger thus far, from what you've showed us of him, I think that was a good call for him. It's something that I think he could live with, right?
Because Fleabite will remember well because how this fight went for us. But like when we met Jiro, like Vanger was like not going to fight until he get hit in the face with a big mace.
Mhm.
Like Vanger wasn't just like, oh, we've rolled for initiative. Guess I'm going to kill you now. It was like, oh no, let's not do this. This is a bad idea. Oh no, he's actually trying to bash my skull in. I guess I have to fight him.
Mhm.
He will fight. He's proven that. He melted a fucker recently.
Yep.
But he doesn't really want to. Certainly not as a first option. And yeah, like as I say, it definitely feels like the presence of Fleabite has maybe impressed upon him that sometimes holding back is the bigger problem. But I think he found a nice middle ground here. Next session, Keldrath. It's kind of all on you, isn't it?
Good luck.
Seems that way.
And the next session, it'll be all on Fleabite. No, Fleabite had this moment, to be fair, recently, where he had kind of had to take the hit, as it were.
Yeah, Fleabite went through a almost dying state himself.
So,
Yeah, but that was not the kind of same situation. Fleabite done something a bit daft.
it was great. I completely respect it. It was a terrible idea, but it was great.
Yeah. Try to communicate with a. Would it have hatched naturally without doing that? Who knows? But it's still.
Well,
I think it would have hatched weaker and smaller, and I think feeding it a bit of his own magic was probably good to impress a connection on it.
To imprint a connection.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect word, isn't it? Like, I know that this is basically like a ridiculous pop science simplification, but like the idea of like certain like species, like they just imprint on like their first parental influence they encounter.
So
I don't know if
Fleabite's
that's how it
mother
worked with dragons.
and I'm father for reprimanding him. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
Probably, yeah.
And I'm the wire monkey.
You're the good uncle that brings chocolates or Christmas.
Actually, yeah, that's the wire monkey's kind of the opposite.
Oh dear, yes. Anything else? Thought-wise, Vanger?
Monkeys.
Anything else? Thought-wise, Vanger?
No.
Okay, yep. You did good, buddy. You did a wish.
Thank you.
Yep, you did good. Keldrath?
I've decided that wishes are a selfish thing. See, if you're not going to be selfish with a wish, there's no point in having it. Because this trying to protect the world from evil just...
This is how villains
It's too
happen.
difficult.
This is how villains happen, Keldrath, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Wishes aren't... No, that was just too complicated for... We want to kill the Illithid. Yeah, but we don't really want to kill them. We just want to make ourselves safe. Oh, no, just make me rich. You know what I mean? That's what a wish is for. A wish is not to save the world. A wish is to make me rich and happy, and there's dangers inherent in that. I do get that, but it's...
That's fantastic, I love it. It's great.
This... Make everybody safe. Just... No, that's not what wishes are for.
I want to be clear. Next time I make a character, I'm making someone who use the fucking wish selfishly.
And that might still do that. Just get me the out of here.
I respect it.
Yeah.
And a castle on top of a hill with, it's
Pineapple seed.
Nah, the wish thing is really it's a terrible thing to do to somebody in the game.
It's a bird, isn't it, man? It's a bird thing.
Yeah, you would think it would be easy, but it's just not.
All I'm saying is there's a reason they gave it to Sam.
Yeah.
It wasn't a wish spell, but it was a magical ring. It's the same thing. Because really, he is the hero. And I know that everyone has come around to realizing that recently, and it's become a bit of a meme. But yes.
Like, Frodo is the hero, but Sam is Frodo's hero. Frodo saved the world, Sam saved Frodo. That's how I look at it. So, yeah.
But could Frodo have saved the world without Sam saving him?
Probably. Because you could then have to change all the things Sam did that meant they met Gollum. So.
And if the giant eagles just came and picked them up and took them straight there.
Okay, so 7 hours later, Ryan finishes.
Don't worry, if you talk about that, what will then happen is I'll find an excuse to talk about the Batman thing, and that will derail that further.
So we'll get our 26 hours eventually. That's what we'll get.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything else, Kildress?
No, that's it. The ring is just the ring, the wish, a terrible concept. Don't ever do that to us again. As far as I'm concerned.
You could read into the fact that this is probably the last of its ability in the world, right? So yeah, you have the last wish ultimately. Not that book about The Witcher.
I just finished reading.
Oh, nice. But yeah, the very fact that if this was their greatest works, it's unlikely that there are going to be more things lying around of this power. So
yeah.
So Kildreth, while it's in your pocket, you might be the most powerful thing in this world.
I already am, though.
I like it. Good. It's good. Speaking of bravado, Flip out.
Yeah. I sort of realised that Fleabite was kind of arguing almost from a side of that it would be kinder to just kill them. Which I was like, that's not that important. It might make things a bit safer, which I guess is a better place to have been coming from for Fleabite. But the fact that it's like letting them like genocide themselves instead of just genociding them as a kindness doesn't really matter for Fleabite anyway.
I think it worked in the sense that you were talking to people who would be more concerned about that. Oh.
Yeah. But it would be, I feel like it would be them. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. And I think it's why I was much more on board with just letting them do that by the end. So, still get to say, like, whenever anyone dies, just be like, yeah, we could have stopped this.
Mm-hmm.
It's alright, I've got an inbuilt excuse.
And yeah, we'll see about that. Just like Giga Lightning strikes Menglon or something. It's still very.
So, had Vanger handed the ring to Fleabite, what would Fleabite?
Yeah, I don't know. That's I really don't know, because I still kind of believe that it was possible to win, so to speak, which is, I know, the wrong thing to say, but it was Fleabite and Alexander believed that it was all possible to be done without the use of a wish. And So getting something unrelated to the problem, or something that would help with lots of problems instead of wishing away at the problem, is a very potential way that I think Fleabite would have looked at things.
And still can.
Yeah. And how much was it? It was like you can get 20,000 gold or something, 25,000 gold points in value.
Well, one item worth up to that, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
So-
a bar.
Is the $1 trillion bill from
Yeah.
France.
Oh dear. Not quite the tricky dicky fun bill, yeah, but still.
Ooh.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that's the sort of direction, but also possibly just removing the enemies is a very strong possibility. And I did have like that thought of just like resurrect Alvin, some that sort of thing.
Resurrect Alvin and take me to Cognac.
Yeah. That as things that I think can happen in the game, not so much, but things that Fleabite might have wished could happen.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we came to that decision to leave.
Yeah.
I think initially I was on the team of just holding the hole, but then that argument of things are happening now, probably like right now is probably when there's going to be a lot of change.
Yeah,
You
this
should
is
probably
the
be there
agency moment where you can actually do things, yeah, instead of waiting for things to have happened, yes. I think he's made a good call, I'll be honest.
And Vanger's got like a level 4 spell easily in him still.
Yeah. I can do that.
And we can just chuck some health potions to give him an extra one or two.
Yeah.
And get some more food now that we're immune to tadpoling. Possibly have to put down Batuve, but
Yep.
Sometimes you gotta do it.
I did kind of have that almost Shadow over Innsmouth, like is this when we realised that they were all in on it?
The whole village.
They are very tentacle.
Yeah, thoughts, buddy?
So I think good luck for Keldras back next time, as he may have to carry us all.
Yeah.
Which is why I wanted you to rest. But
Yeah,
no!
That doesn't. That's.
Quiet, Meat Shield. Now get back to the front line.
I
See,
really
I don't-
don't.
Sorry, I had to go. Sorry.
I really don't think we could have afforded to take the chance with the rest. I think it's like almost giving away our biggest moment, our biggest opportunity to do something, because they maybe don't fully understand what's happened yet.
Yeah, use the chaos. Yep.
But we have to have the ability to use that chaos, and at the moment we're struggling.
But after 26 hours, we would still be struggling.
Yeah.
The amount that we...
Yeah, exactly. 26 hours wouldn't have been enough. We would have needed at least 40, maybe longer.
No, I think what
Yeah.
Alexander's saying is that by taking that 26 out, it just means the three of you can function pseudo-normally. But Fleabite's still on 2 levels of exhaustion, Vanguard still got 3 strength, and we didn't have to deal with what happened in that 26 hours. Yeah. Assuming you got there, the full
And got the rest. In that last hour, someone just comes in and pokes us.
Yeah. But that's all stuff that's not an issue right now. Right? Let's just all go back.
Go for stealth, back out the door, just back out the door.
Yep, just it's okay, Batuve, we'll be back in a bit. Yep. Please don't go to the library. You'll cry. Oh dear. Any other thoughts, Alexander?
should have.
Yeah, looking forward to see how it goes.
Yeah, me too. Quite excited to see what happens now. I'm so impressed she's actually got through a wish.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I would have put money that we didn't get a wish.
I almost joked. See, at 5 to 9, I nearly said, guys, you get 5 minutes before a wish burns out, is what I was going to say, and then you were quite like mid-debate. I was like, I'm just going to leave that. That's fine. Oh dear. The joys. It'll be fine. You've got one, as I said, one to go. Can't be that difficult, right? And then think of how free you'll feel.
How long did Scott take on his one?
13 sessions.
Oh, I'm actually surprised it was that few.
Yeah, me too. It was alright though, right? It's alright. 13 sessions. I think he managed. I think that's right anyway. I could just have made that up, but I think that's right.
So that's the target to beat.
Yeah. But
He got
it at level 6 though, right? So, you know, it was kind of less of a fix everything in the world now moment. But he could have tried to eat all the demons from, you know, their world. Yeah. Without dragging this out too long though, thank you all for playing. That was a lot of fun. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you to Siren, as always, for just being lovely and involved, quite frankly. So yeah, say goodbye everybody. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Good.